एक काम करो बहन,
आप नहीं बंद कर देते हैं भैया। हाँ
गायब हो गया। अब रहने ऐसे रहने।
वही अगर हमारा
इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स, इलेक्ट्रिकल में इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स,
केमिस्ट्री, फिजिक्स,
मैथमेटिक्स, दो इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स हैं।
देखना खुद ब खुद आ जाएगा, अपना भी कर देंगे।
इसलिए करेंगे ना।
हेलो,
हेलो हेलो नो कुछ नहीं हो रहा है हेलो हाँ सर यस अरे ऑडियो इज नॉट देयर वी कैन नॉट हियर नाउ इट्स कमिंग सर देयर इज नो साउंड हियर नाउ इट्स कमिंग सर
Good morning. Can you
हाँ
hear?
सर अभी सुनाई दे रहा है
Good morning.
हाँ यस मॉर्निंग सर फ्रॉम देहरादून
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, I'm Abhilash from MIT Meerut.
Okay.
Sir, initially there was a problem in the sound, in the audio.
Okay,
So is it now fine now?
Yeah. No, we cannot hear you. Hello. Sir, right now you are hearing me? I'm from UCR Greater Noida.
हाँ जी सर गुड मॉर्निंग सर आप सुनाई दे रही है सर
मेरे को हेडफोन में सुनाई दे रही है ऐसा नहीं दे रही है
तो सर ये सर उस हेडफोन को निकाल कर आप स्पीकर से कनेक्ट कर दीजिए सर
अच्छा ठीक है देखता हूँ
मैं सर से बोल दे रहा हूँ फिर से शुरू से बोलने के लिए सर
हाँ प्लीज
ओके थैंक यू सर
Thank you.
कह रहे हेडफोन से निकाल के स्पीकर पे लगा दीजिए आएगा आप सब
I was speaking. Yeah, that's all.
हाँ ठीक है
Good morning once again. Would you like me to repeat what I said now, in case you are not?
yes
I request you to take a plain sheet of paper, and are you able to see the slide? The my qualities titled a picture. Are you able to see on your screen?
no we cannot
You cannot see. Okay, it doesn't matter. Take a plain sheet of paper and give a caption, my qualities. My qualities. And beneath that, please write your name as beautifully, as clearly, and as prominently as possible.
my quality नाम लिखो
Caption, my qualities. Beneath that, you please write your name as beautifully, clearly, prominently as possible. Once you have done that, I will continue. Yeah. Then you list 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. up to 9. You have to list 9 good qualities of yours. Don't start writing now itself. You will start writing after I say start. But before that, I will explain how you need to list your qualities. Okay. All of us possess many good qualities. It is very important that we should know what qualities we possess. And I repeat, by my qualities, I mean only my good qualities. For the next few moments, please think only of the positive side of your personality. Do not think about your weaknesses. Think only of your strengths, your talents, your skills, your good qualities. And after I say start, you will start writing your good qualities, skills, or strengths one after the other, very briefly in one word, maximum 2 words, in the worst case 3 words. And once you have listed 9 qualities, you need not stop. 9 is only a suggestive number. If you realize that, when you realize that you possess even more qualities, you can keep writing 10, 11, 12, etc. Okay. And do not feel shy to write your good qualities. I will not see any paper. Even those present here, I will not ask them to show me, nor will I ask any of you to read your good qualities. So don't feel shy. And don't look into what your neighbor is writing. Then she or he would feel shy to write her or his good qualities. Think only about you for the next few moments and write your qualities, skills, or strengths. Is it clear? Is it clear? Okay, now you may start, and you may take 2 minutes to do that, and the time starts now. I request you to stop writing. It doesn't matter if anyone could not fill in the could not list the 9 qualities. Whatever you have listed is good enough. And please listen to me carefully as to what you have to do next. Please stop writing and please listen to me as to what you have to do next. Now you have to take the paper to anyone present in your room whom you think knows you well and can make an evaluation of your good qualities that you have put on the paper. And please don't give it now. And again, you will start giving only when I say start. I will explain how the evaluation has to be done. When you receive a colleague's paper, please go through the qualities listed by you one after the other. And wherever you are in agreement, please put a tick mark. If you are not in agreement, please do not put an into mark. Teachers are generally highly inclined to put into mark. Please do not put an into mark. At the same time, please don't put a tick mark if you are not in agreement. I will tell you why. See, 2 gentlemen are friends and colleagues for more than 15 years. And one of them is very good in painting. But somehow the other colleague is not at all aware of it. Suppose when he says painting as his strength, if he puts a tick mark, it is dishonesty because he doesn't know that he is good in painting. And if he puts an into mark, that is also wrong. So please leave that blank. Wherever you are in agreement, please put a tick mark. And the next thing that you have to do, which is far more important than tick marking, is ask yourself whether he or she possesses any other quality which he or she has not written. Any question? In the course of this workshop, to save the time, I will avoid saying he or she every time. Whenever I say he, it includes she. Whenever I say she, it includes he. For example, according to you, one of the good qualities of your colleague who has given the paper to you for valuation is honesty. She has not written. So write honesty as an additional item. Ask yourself whether he possesses any other quality which he has not written. For example, according to you, his another good quality is punctuality. He has not written. So add punctuality. Suppose your colleague had written 5 items. You may add 6th, 7th, 8th, or whatever number you feel like doing that. And after you have done the valuation, return the paper to the owner of the paper. Mutual exchange is permitted, but not mandatory. For this purpose, it is not necessary that you should give the paper only to your immediate neighbor. Suppose you want to give the paper to someone who is sitting at a little distance, doesn't matter. You are allowed to get up, walk freely, and give the paper to whomsoever you want. And when you give the paper, please don't wait there for your colleague to give her paper to you. Sometimes she may want to give it to someone else, and it would be very embarrassing if you keep standing there. So leave your paper and go away from there. Let her call you and give her paper for valuation. If nobody gives you paper for valuation, perhaps you are very strict in valuation. Don't worry. You watch and enjoy the fun. And if you receive more than one paper for valuation, don't say my quota is over. Please accept that also, and value it as fast as possible and return the paper to the owner of the paper as fast as possible. And once all of you have received the papers back, we will start the discussion, and I will allow 3 minutes for this process. 3 minutes from now. Those who came late, who has come late? Maybe you can connect me to some center, and I will ask whether they are doing it and whether they have understood the process. That's good. Yeah, you can keep the time so that 2 minutes.
Vidya Bhavan Polytechnic College, Udaipur. Vidya Bhavan Polytechnic College, Udaipur. This is the 50. Inform them, switch on their mic.
Sorry?
Switch on their mic. Just inform them.
Ah, yeah. Vidya Bhavan Polytechnic Udaipur. Friends, please switch on the mic. Please switch on the mic. I hope you followed the instructions and you are doing the valuation as I suggested. Friends, in
Yes,
Vidya Bhavan Polytechnic.
yes, we can listen you. We have done so. We have listed few, and our colleagues have put a tick mark also on what they have felt.
Oh, wonderful. As I said, more than tick marking, the second aspect is very important. That is, ask yourself whether she possesses any other quality which she has not written. Suppose, according to you, one important good quality of your colleague is honesty, and she has not written, please add honesty as the next item. Suppose she has already written 5 qualities, you write 6 honesty. And ask yourself whether she possesses any other quality which she has not written. For example, according to you, if it is punctuality, add say 7 punctuality. Like that, add 1 or 2 or more qualities and then return the paper to her. And once all of you have received the papers back, we will start the discussion. The second aspect of the evaluation is more important. Am I audible? Okay. I hope you should have completed the evaluation now. Have all of you received your papers back after the evaluation? Now, for the next few moments, please forget the second part of the activity when you got your qualities valued by a colleague, and go back to the original activity, the first part of the activity. What was that? You wrote your name very beautifully, prominently on the top. That is what I requested you to do. And then you try to recollect your good qualities and put them on the paper. When you saw your qualities written on the paper with your name prominently appearing on the top, what did you feel? What did you think? What were your feelings? I'm able to see the feelings of the friends assembled here, but instead of me saying, I would like you to say. You can also say. What did you feel? What did you think when you saw your qualities written on the paper? Yes? You may say, what did you feel when you saw your qualities? Yeah. That is true. But when you, I agree with you. One. When you saw your qualities written on the paper, though written by you, and when you saw them and read them, what did you feel? What did you think? Now, the moment you saw your qualities written on the paper with your name prominently appearing on the top and above that my qualities, etc., some thoughts, some feelings, particularly the feelings. Very good. Please give her a big hand. So when we realize our good qualities, we feel happy. There was also another similar feeling like happiness. What was that? Sorry? Energized. Very good. Any other feeling? A similar feeling like very, very much related to happiness. Motivation. Yes. Then another feeling. Good. Please give her once again a big hand. Yes. So when we realize our good qualities, we feel happy, we feel proud. It is very important that we should know what qualities we possess. The center, anyone would like to say? From any center? Huh? Yeah. Anyone would like to say what you felt or what you thought when you saw your qualities written on the paper, though written by you? Huh? Yeah. Yeah, you can. Sunil, you have brought that. Okay. You give the, tell me the number and give me the paper. Yeah. Vidya Bhavan Polytechnic. Friends, in Vidya Bhavan Polytechnic, when you saw your qualities written on the paper, though written by you, what did you feel? What did you think? Here, the participants present here, one participant said that she felt happy, she felt proud. I agreed with her. Anything else you felt? Anything you would like to add?
Anything? Proud, that came first in the mind, but somebody has said, but that's feeling of proud was great when qualities were written against the name, and also felt. But there was also a feeling of responsibility. Also, the feeling of responsibility which came.
Excuse me for the interruption. I think you are referring to the second part of the activity when your colleague added some qualities and gave you. Am I right?
Probably.
That we will discuss a little later. Now we are confining ourselves to the first part of the activity. When you wrote your name and you wrote your qualities and you saw them written on the paper before you gave it for valuation to your colleague. That we will discuss. There is more to discuss on that. So you also felt happy and proud. Am I right?
Yes.
Yeah, very good. So when we realize our qualities, we feel happy and proud. It is very important that we should know what qualities we possess. Would you like to respond why we should know our good qualities? Here also you can say, centers also can say. I'm saying that we should know our good qualities. See, we have been told right from childhood that we should know our weaknesses, and we were often remembered about our weaknesses and we were advised to work on them and eliminate them. Yes, that is important. But far more important is first to know what good qualities, what skills, strengths that we possess. I say we should know. Would you like to say why? Yes?
Hello, good morning,
so that
sir.
we can perform better. Very good. Why we should know our good qualities?
Hello, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I'm from MIET Meerut.
Good.
The reason why we feel happy and proud and what else we feel is we feel more confident when we see our qualities written on a paper, and this confidence makes us to feel, makes us to plan how we can adjust in with our present conditions.
Oh, fantastic. Please give her a big hand. Yes. So the moment you realize your qualities, your strengths, you know what you are capable of doing, so that when a project comes up and a work comes up, you'll be confident to take it up. Very good. There is also another reason why we should know our good qualities. Would anyone like to say? I will give a clue. We like a few people and dislike a few others. Am I right? Why we like a few people and why we dislike a few others? What's the reason? Sorry? Same vibration. How was that vibration created? What is the cause of that? Thought. What thought? What is the root cause of that thought? Same qualities. Very good. You have come very closer. So you like a person for his or her good qualities. Am I right? You like a person for his or her good qualities or qualities which you consider are good. And we dislike a person because that person doesn't have qualities which we consider as good or which according to us are bad. No, that is the reason. And we like an object. You like one TV set and you don't like another TV set. Why? Its features, in other words, qualities. So we like a person or an object for his or her or its good qualities. And we dislike a person or an object for lack of good qualities or for possessing bad qualities. So as a corollary, when we realize our good qualities, what will happen?
Sir, can I interrupt in between?
Please, please.
There's a little conflict and thin line between the liking the object and liking the person. Sometimes we get inspired by certain good qualities of the other persons. Concerned, it is something else. I mean, I cannot explain it, but we feel, liking towards someone, though he or she may not possess any good quality. No, I'm not able to explain why it happens. No?
I see. Okay. Yeah.
But it's
Yeah,
there.
that is fine. That is fine. Let us forget in that case the object. Let us consider only the people. Okay. You like a few people and dislike a few others. And the reason is you like a person for his or her good qualities. Am I right? Am I right? You like a person for his or her good qualities. So in the same manner, when we realize our good qualities, something will happen to us. What is that? Beautiful. Please give her a big hand. Yes. When we realize our good qualities, we develop a liking for ourselves. Then the question is, why should we like ourselves? Again, we have been advised right from childhood that we should love others. We were never told that we should love ourselves. But I am saying that we should like ourselves. Why? Good. Yeah, it will enhance the self-esteem, as a participant already mentioned, yeah. Very beautiful, interesting point. If you cannot like yourself, how can you expect others to like you? So it is a basic qualification for other people to like you. That's a fantastic answer. There is another important reason why we should like ourselves. Only if you like yourselves, you can do something else, which I mentioned a little while ago, which we have been told we should do. Only if we like ourselves, we can love others as well. A person who is uncomfortable with himself, a person who hates himself, generally frowns at people. He is not able to smile effortlessly. You would have noticed people, there are some people for whom the smile is stamped on the face. They are very happy people. They are comfortable with themselves. There are other people who find it very difficult to smile because they are unhappy with themselves. They hate themselves. You go to some panchayat or municipal office, a peon or clerk there may be throwing tantrums at the customers. You may think that he hates all the customers present there. No, the fact of the matter is he hates himself. A person who hates himself shows hatred towards other people. So if we have to love our students, it is very, very important that first we should like ourselves. We should be comfortable with ourselves. Only then we will be able to like others. Dr. Norman Vincent Peale has prescribed a few sentences and has recommended reading them aloud frequently, particularly at night before retiring to sleep, to develop a liking for oneself and as a result to develop a strong self-esteem. I will present those words now. Those who are present here, I will give a print of that, and those who are in the centers may copy them down and I will read them. I like me. I believe in me. I was created by God who never made anything badly. His creation is wonderful, so I am wonderful. Divine perfection is within me. I love life. I love people. I have ability. I can do things well. I am happy. I am grateful. I treat myself with respect. As a child of God, I believe in me. Dr. Norman Vincent Peale says that many people's lives have been transformed by reading these words aloud every night before retiring to sleep. And for that to happen, a few things have to be followed. And very importantly, one should read it with the emotions of interest and enthusiasm. Only then it will have the desired effect. If somebody reads it ceremoniously, I like me, I believe in me, I was created, it will not have any effect. You should read it with the emotions of interest and enthusiasm. I like me. I believe in me. I was created by God who never made anything badly. His creation is wonderful, so I am wonderful. Divine perfection is within me. I love life. I love people. I have ability. I can do things well. I am happy. I am grateful. I treat myself with respect. As a child of God, I believe in me. So besides reading it every night before going to sleep, I suggest you keep this paper with you in your bag. Whenever you feel depressed, whenever you think you are not up to the situation, take that paper out and read it and charge your batteries. Of course, when you read it in the presence of other people, you may not be able to read it aloud. You can read within your mind. And reading aloud in the night has a great advantage, because psychologists say that when you read an affirmation and you hear your own words, they percolate down into the subconscious mind very fast. Whatever thoughts remain in the conscious mind over a period of time will percolate down into the subconscious. So it is about playing a trick with our subconscious minds to make the subconscious minds to believe those things. For example, by reading, I have ability, I can do things well. When we say that with the emotions of interest, enthusiasm, and faith, a day will come when the subconscious mind will start believing, I have ability, I can do things well. When a person's subconscious mind believes in something, nothing in the world can prevent him from becoming that. Because Swami Vivekananda says, whatever you think that you will be, if you think yourselves weak, weak you will be. If you think yourselves strong, strong you will be. And after you have practiced this for 1 month, you may suggest to your students also to read this. Please don't ask your students to read this tomorrow itself, because to acquire the qualification to ask them to do, you should have practiced it. Only then it will have that spiritual strength. And after you have done it for 1 month, you will also be able to relate your experiences, your successes in doing that. And then when you tell the students, it will have a great impact. Now let us go to the second part of the activity, when you got it valued by your colleague. I hope all of you got qualities added to what you had already written. You can connect me to some center. I hope all of you got some qualities added to what you had already written. That must be the case here also. Yeah, let the center come. In the meantime, you can respond. I hope all of you got some qualities added to what you had already written. Am I right? Excuse me. No, you gave it for valuation to someone. You got some quality added to what you had already written? Huh? You got, you added, yes. So when you saw some quality added to you by your colleague, what did you feel? What did you think? Earlier, you said when you saw your qualities written on the paper, written by you, you said you felt happy and proud. Now, you were given 3 minutes time. You could not think of some quality of yours or some strength of yours, which your colleague was able to recognize and record it. When you saw that, what did you feel? What did you think?
I felt that I would not be knowing this thing, that it is in me.
You felt proud that though that quality was in you, you were not even aware of it, which other ones noticed. So can I say you felt more proud than when you saw your qualities written by you, isn't it? Any other feeling? Yes. Yeah. Which center?
Our good qualities make others communicate, interact, and coordinate with us. And one is from Government Polytechnic, Dehradun. Being loved not only increases the acceptability but also lead to wellness in life.
Oh, very good. Numbers you can please.
So one is for Government Polytechnic, Dehradun.
So Government Polytechnic, Dehradun and TTP. Yeah, very good comments and very good comments. Yeah, anything like you would like to add? When you saw your qualities, when you saw qualities added to you by your colleague, what did you feel? What did you think? Which center? Any center you can connect me?
HMI Institute of Technology.
Number, you can say simply number. That is, which number? What's the number? Number 13. Okay. 13. Baba Farid. No. Here the name given is different.
13.
That's a different discussion. Friends in HMR Institute of Technology and Management, Delhi. Friends, can you hear me? Friends, can you hear me? When you saw some qualities added to you
So
by
are
your
you audible
colleague,
to you?
I am audible to you. Am I audible to you? You are audible to me. Am I audible? No, you gave your paper. You gave your paper for valuation to your colleague, and your colleague has added some qualities and given you. So when you saw them, what did you feel? What did you think?
Sir, am I audible?
I am audible. You are audible. You are audible. Yes, please go ahead. Please speak.
Sir, good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, sir. I equally feel proud when one more quality is added to my qualities. Then I even feel more proud and satisfied.
Yeah,
and
beautiful.
just like a top up, these qualities are also within me, which I can exercise upon it.
Yeah, very good. Very importantly, you said you felt more proud.
Yes, sir.
When you saw your qualities written by you, you felt proud. When you saw a quality attributed to you by your colleague, you felt more proud. Because we attach much importance to our image in others' minds. In others' minds. That is why when the other person has identified a quality in you, you felt even more proud. One famous English professor, Menon, says, "You are not what you think you are. You are not what others think you are. You are what you think others think you are." It's a very tricky thing. I will explain. I am not what I think I am. I am not what you think I am. I am what I think you think I am. So are you thinking that I am conducting this workshop interestingly? If I think so, that becomes my image of me. So what others think about me becomes my important concern. Now, when that is the case, we can use that tendency to achieve some positive purposes. When you saw a quality attributed to you by your colleague, you took a decision immediately. The decision was instantaneous, spontaneous, rather unconscious or a subconscious decision. It generally happens to us whenever somebody says something good about us. If I tell you, you would agree with me, but instead I would like you to tell me that. Any center you can connect. Or even here also. MIT. Friends in MIT? Friends in MIT Meerut?
Yes, sir.
The question is, when you saw a quality attributed to you by your colleague, you took a decision immediately. It was a spontaneous decision, an instant decision, rather a subconscious decision. Can you tell me what was the decision?
It may be that if someone has found an equality in me, then I should also find it and prove it true in myself.
Fantastic. That is the answer, yes. When you saw a quality attributed to you by your colleague, suddenly that quality became very valuable. That quality was already in you, even then you did not write, perhaps because that was an integral part of your personality. You did not want to even separate it, Other reason could be we are not in the habit of knowing our good habits, good qualities. So when your friend has identified that, you took a decision immediately that you should continue to possess that quality, continue to enhance that quality. Am I right or wrong? That is what you are saying.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Yeah, great. And let me say, in a lighter vein, I am saying, you don't feel offended. Suppose the quality, I don't know what was the quality attributed to you, you need not say that. Let us assume for the discussion purpose, the quality attributed to you was punctuality. The moment you saw punctuality attributed to you, your guilty conscience pricked you first. Oh, I am not punctual all the time. With regard to her, I was punctual on all the 4 occasions. So she is thinking I am always punctual. Henceforth, I should always be punctual, at least with regard to her, so that I don't fall from the image I have created in her mind. Right or wrong?
Yes, sir, absolutely right.
So let us say that punctuality was there in you 80%. Now it has got enhanced to 120%. You would never be late because you want to protect that image which you have won, no, because of your past performance.
Yes,
and
sir.
this is called the Pygmalion effect in management parlance. Pygmalion was a sculptor in Greek mythology who carved the statue of a very beautiful woman that subsequently was brought to life. George Bernard Shaw's play Pygmalion, the basis for the musical hits My Fair Lady, has a somewhat similar theme. The essence is that one person by effort and will can transform another person. There is an interesting scene in this play in which Eliza Doolittle explains, you see, really and truly, apart from the things that anyone can pick up, like the dressing and the proper way of speaking and so on, the difference between a lady and a flower girl is not how she behaves, but how she is treated. I shall always be a flower girl to Professor Higgins because he always treats me as a flower girl and always will. But I know I can be a lady to you because you always treat me as a lady and always will. See, Eliza Doolittle is a flower girl. Professor Higgins treats her as a flower girl. So to him, she conducts herself as an ordinary flower girl. But the other character of the play treats her as a lady, as an accomplished lady. So to him, she conducts herself as a lady, as an accomplished lady. So what does it convey? The way others conduct themselves with us depends more on the way we treat them than what they really are. That is why Stephen Covey said, the way you see them is the way you treat them, and the way you treat them, they often become. In this case, the way you see them refers to others. Perhaps you can consider it as students in this context. The way you treat your students, the way you see your students is the way you treat them. And the way you treat them, they will often become. In simple terms, by treating a person as punctual, you can make that person punctual. Suppose a student comes late regularly, say about 2 to 3 days a week. Instead of pointing out that he was late on such and such days, and often telling him that he is late on such and such days or so many days a week, what happens is that also goes into his subconscious. His subconscious mind will start thinking that he is always late. Then he will always be late. Instead, you look on the days that he came before time and ask him how much comfortable he was on those days, that he could start the work early. And what all the... No, I have purposely switched off. I have purposely switched off. Slide is not required now. Sorry. Instead, because if you tell him so many days he comes late, and if you tell him repeatedly, that will go down into his subconscious mind, and as a result, the number of days he comes late will keep increasing. It will become 2 to 3 to 4 to 5, and all the days he will be late. Instead, you look on the days he comes before time. If you can tell him, see, today you came before time, I appreciate you. And how do you feel? What are all the benefits you saw today? He himself will be able to tell you. And then for him to come before time, the next day will be easier. So the Swami Vivekananda said, the remedy for weakness is not brooding over weakness, but thinking of strength. So shift the mind from late to coming before time, punctuality. I'm giving this as an example. It could be anything. Anything else you would like to add to the experience of writing your qualities and getting valued by others? Please. Yes, please. You may come here. Yeah. My colleague Kamna wants to say something.
This is actually a very interesting example about how your potential gets amplified and your own sense of self-worth. If you are convinced that it is, you become ultimately powerful. I have very affluent family overseas, and they look at me as the problem solver for everything in Punjab. I'm not affluent like them. I don't have that kind of power skills, but it is only their belief that I can solve the problems, which ensures that I solve the problems. So for example, it's a very interesting story. They needed a room in the Taj here in Chandigarh. I have no connections per se in Chandigarh. I live in Jalandhar. And so she rang me up. She says, can you get me a room in the Taj? There are no rooms available because the cricket was happening here. So one hotel was taken by England team, one hotel was taken by Indian team, and they had refused everybody. Now they are corporate people. They must have used all their corporate muscle from Delhi to say, you need a room for our chairman or whatever. They didn't get a room. So they called me. And I said, no problem. And then it got me ticking. I said, and this is in my subconscious, it's not in my actual thought process. I said, yeah, no problem. And I started calling everybody that I knew. And if you are really so focused and you really believe you can solve a problem, it doesn't have to be the guy on the top who solves the problem. It can be a little worm underneath who solves your problem. And it's only your conviction. And I got the room. And this, how can you get a room when we couldn't get a room with all our push and pull? I said, oh, that's my trick. And afterwards she told me, she said, I don't know how you do it. And I told her, you know what? You're a big lesson for me. Because you believe so much in me, despite your power, I have to perform. I feel it's a subconscious reaction to your belief. So that is where I'm trying to reiterate what he is saying. This is what we need to bring in our students. Despite all odds, if you really have that sense of belief, the big wigs could have solved that problem. They couldn't. But when they come to a small fry like me and say, can you do it? And you say, oh, well, of course I can do it. And you have the gumption to do it. It's just that feeling that I don't care, come what may, I'm going to do it. It happens. So that was just an example I wanted to share.
Fantastic. Thank you, Kamna. That was a beautiful example of the Pygmalion effect. By trusting a person, we can enhance his self-worth and we can make him to do amazing things. This thought was very beautifully expressed by Ralph Waldo Emerson, the wisest man America had ever produced, who said, trust men and they'll be true to you. Treat them greatly, they will show themselves great. See, the second part is what Kamna said now. By treating a person as great, he will become great. And that is exactly the Pygmalion effect. John Adair, Britain's foremost expert on leadership training, says, in the world of management, many executives play Pygmalion-like roles in developing able subordinates and in stimulating their performance. I believe very strongly that the Pygmalion effect is more relevant in the classroom, in the families, than even on the shop floor of a factory or in a business house. It is relevant everywhere. The opposite also is true. See, by recognizing the good qualities of that person, we are enabling that person to see value in those qualities and enhance them. In the same manner, by not recognizing the qualities, we are doing a harm to people. Can anyone say, what is that? I will give a clue. You have heard people saying, this guy was not like this until 5 years ago. Where has this good quality gone? He was not like this. Why did it happen to him? I tend to think that he had that quality, but because, excuse me, am I connected to the sentence? I'm not. See, we have heard people saying that this person was not like this until 5 years ago. Where has this quality gone? In all probability, the reason was this. He had that quality. Nobody appreciated him for that. So he started thinking that there is no value in that quality and he gave it up. I am not justifying his action. Whether others recognize our good qualities or not, we should continue to possess them. It's a good philosophy. That is what we should follow. But we ordinary people, ordinary mortals, see value in something only when others recognize it. It is a bitter fact. So when that is the fact, Why don't we utilize it to enable people to continue to possess those good qualities by acknowledging the same, by recognizing the same? Only a Sthita Prajna like Mahatma Gandhi may not need it, but all other mortals need this to know that what they are doing. Suppose I have done some work, only when others appreciate, I get the assurance that it had the effect on them. Okay. So it is very important that we recognize the good qualities of our student. Many times what happens is parents, teachers, elders tend to point out those things, those areas where the student needs to develop more often, and they rarely recognize the good qualities and strengths of the students. This does a great harm to them. Let us say there is this example which I give. Of course, you are all college teachers, but this example which I am going to say will be more effective if I go to a school situation. There is a girl student in class 3 in a school. She is well dressed, she is well punctual, and she is well mannered. She keeps the books, bag, everything in order. She has a very good handwriting. So everything is good about her. But there is one problem. She is weak in mathematics. Now the parents, the neighbors, the mathematics teacher, and the class teacher, all the people bulldoze this child by saying, oh, you are so weak in mathematics, this world is becoming competitive, and all that blah blah, and scare that 9-year-old child. And not a soul appreciates the child for being well dressed, for being punctual, for having a good handwriting, etc. A day will come when the child will start thinking like this: I am having good handwriting, I am well dressed, I am well mannered, I am keeping things in order. Nobody appreciates me for these things. Perhaps these are not important. And everybody talks to me about mathematics, which I don't have, so I am a gone case. So she will start neglecting being well dressed, handwriting, etc. And also her self-esteem has been pushed down. She will become further weak in mathematics. There is another girl child in the same class, in the same section, living in the same street, 10 houses away. Every morning, the mother with a comb in her hand chases the child to make her to get dressed and go to school before time. If one day the child cooperates with that mother, she would call it her day. Am I right? So we see value only in things which the students or the children don't possess, and don't see value in the things they possess. And as a result, what happens? The values they possess are also lost. Now let us go back to the first child. Suppose the mathematics teacher tells the child, appreciates the child now and then sincerely for being well dressed, for having a good handwriting, for being well mannered, for possessing, for keeping book things, etc. in order. At least one good thing will happen. The child will see value in those things. And the child is father of the man, said William Wordsworth. So these things will stay with her. She will continue to nurture these qualities. Even after she grows into an adult, she grows into an 80-year-old woman, she will possess a good handwriting and she will be well dressed. And the second thing that would happen is, because the mathematics teacher appreciates the child for these good things, she will develop a love for the mathematics teacher. And her love for the mathematics teacher will make mathematics look less threatening than before. And in course of time, she may start loving mathematics itself. And once she starts loving mathematics, it will become easy for her. She will become strong in mathematics. I will prove this by your own experience that you underwent now. You got some qualities, maybe you can connect me to some center. You got some qualities attributed to you by your colleague. What is the name of this center? Yeah. Friends, you can tell me the number. Vidya Bhavan Polytechnic, Kashipur. Friends in Vidya Bhavan Polytechnic, you got some qualities attributed to you by your colleague. Am I right? You got some qualities attributed. Vidya Bhavan Polytechnic, friends in Vidya Bhavan Polytechnic, can you respond? Vidya Bhavan Polytechnic?
Yes, we can hear. Please.
Yes. See, you got some qualities attributed to you by your colleague. Am I right? And See, already your relationship with that colleague was very good. That is why of all the people present in that room, you chose him or her and gave your paper to him or her. Now, after she has added some qualities and given the paper back to you, how is your relationship with him or her? It was already good. That is why you chose him to give the paper. How is it now?
It would be more, close and more loving.
Sorry?
Can you hear me?
Earlier it was good. Now it has become better. Am I right?
Yeah, it's more better, more close and more loving.
Very good. Now I will give you some tips. So at the end of this workshop, if he comes to you for a favor, you will oblige him, right?
Depends. I mean.
Yes.
Oblige is something.
Though in a lighter vein, there is some point about you. In other words, what I mean to say is, you are now more inclined to listen to him than before. You are now more inclined to listen to him than before. Let us say, I'm just giving a situation. Let us assume, though it did not happen like that, let us assume that a week ago, he told you something and you felt offended or unhappy and felt that he should not have said so. But you did not express your feelings to him. You are keeping it in your mind. Now, after you see the paper in which he has attributed some good qualities to you, you recollect that incident, and now you realize, oh, I think I have misunderstood him. If this is what he thinks about me, definitely he wouldn't have meant like that. I think I have misunderstood. So a misunderstanding that arose inadvertently has vanished. So this is another important benefit in that when we keep looking for the good qualities in others and recognize them, some misunderstandings that arise inadvertently also will vanish. And now you are more inclined to listen to him. Therefore, recognizing the good qualities of others is an important leadership skill. In the same manner, when you look for the good qualities in your students and recognize them, they will develop an inclination to listen to you. Now, today, this is the biggest challenge that teachers, educators are facing. How to win the attention of the student. How to make the student want to listen to you. Professor Harry Overstreet, in his illuminating book, Influencing Human Behavior, says, action springs out of what we fundamentally desire. And the best piece of advice which can be given to would-be persuaders, whether in business, in the home, in the school, in politics, is first arouse in the other person an eager want. He who can do this has the whole world with him. He who cannot walks a lonely way. The other day, a very senior teacher of a school at Chennai was complaining to me that her students were no good, that they did not learn with interest, and that they had no sense of involvement. She went on narrating the events that take place in her classroom every other day in support of her claim that her students were thoroughly useless. I listened very patiently to her tales of woe, then told her rather jokingly, because I know her well, that she should first go and thank her students for being what they are. Because I said, if they could learn on their own, you would not have any role at all to play. Only because there are some problems with them, there's a role for a teacher to play. If the students can learn on their own, there is no role at all for a teacher to play. So you should be thankful to them because they have ensured your job, your career. If men were angels, no government would be necessary, said Alexander Hamilton. If men were angels, no government would be necessary. Similarly, if all these students were angels, students truly are angels, if the students can do everything on their own, there is no role for a teacher at all to play. So a teacher cannot complain that her students do not take interest in what she is teaching. It is rather her business to create interest in them. She has to create an interest in them to come to the school, to the college, to come to the class and to attend the classes. She has to create a burning desire in the students to learn that subject. The best teacher is one who makes the student want to learn. I will repeat, the bestest teacher is one who makes the student want to learn. She has to create a taste in the students for learning. She has to make the students find learning romantic, interesting, and should be able to identify, link it with a purpose. As a result, they are motivated to learn. John Ruskin had very beautifully driven home this point in one of his memorable speeches. He said, I quote, "I want you to think a little of the deep significance of this word taste. Good taste is essentially a moral quality. Taste is not only a part and an index of morality, it is the only morality. The first and last and closest to trial question to any living creature is, what do you like? Tell me what you like, and I will tell you what you are. Go out into the street and ask the first man or woman you meet what their taste is. And if they answer candidly, you know them body and soul. Nay, perhaps you answer, we need rather to ask what these people do than what they like. If they do right, it is no matter that they like what is wrong. And if they do wrong, it is no matter that they like what is right. Doing is the great thing. Indeed, for a short time, and in a very provisional sense, this is true. For if resolutely people do what is right, in time to come, they like doing it. But they only are in a right moral state who have come to like doing it. And as long as they don't like it, they are still in a vicious state. And the entire object of true education is to make people not merely do the right things, but enjoy the right things. Not merely industrious, but to love industry. Not merely learned, but to love knowledge. Not merely pure, but to love purity. Not merely just, but to hunger and thirst after justice. What we like determines what we are and is perhaps the only sign of what we are. And to teach taste is inevitably to form character, unquote. So we have to create a taste in the children to learn. And for that, we have to make them love to listen to us. We have to win their attention, which we can achieve by recognizing their good qualities. Break. So friends, in the center as well as the centers, we will break for 10 minutes. We will break for 10 minutes and assemble back again at what time?
11:15.
We will assemble again at 11:15. We will assemble again at 11:15. The centers have heard what is it? Thank you very much. We will assemble at 11:15. So that will be in the afternoon. Yeah.
Afternoon, we are not going to do
Be
the
here.
sessions here.
The center names list. Welcome back, friends. Seth Jai Prakash. Seth Jai Prakash. Friends in Seth Jai Prakash Polytechnic. Would you like to say Damla? I hope you underwent the experience of recognizing your good qualities as well as the good qualities of your colleagues. Anything you would like to add to what we discussed? Say Jai Prakash Polytechnic, Damla. It's not connected. Am I audible to you? Am I audible to you? Okay. So shall we go to another center? Yes. Seth Jai Prakash Polytechnic. Damla, they are not getting.
So your mic is switched off. Kindly switch on your mic.
Please switch on your mic.
ये आगे साहब है ना
Please switch on your mic.
Start.
Okay.
So your external mic is switch off. Switch on your external mic. से वो आइकन से ना ऑन नहीं हो रहा है, वो हमारे पास भी है कंट्रोल, तो हम उससे कर रहे हैं, उससे नहीं हो रहा, उनके एक्सटर्नल माइक का स्विच ऑफ है.
Then we'll go to another center now. The next center is Government Polytechnic Dehradun. Government Polytechnic Dehradun is it? Huh? Yeah, number 3. Government Polytechnic Dehradun. Respected teachers of Government Polytechnic Dehradun.
Yes, sir.
Friends, I hope you underwent the experience of recognizing your and your colleagues' good qualities. Anything you would like to add to the discussion that went, your feelings, your views, and very importantly, feel free to disagree with me. I assure you, I will not feel offended. Suppose anything that I said, your conscience is not accepting, you don't accept, but instead speak out. Maybe what you understood was not what I meant. You are giving me an opportunity to clarify. Or you have an important point to drive home, all of us stand to benefit.
I want to discuss this point. Hello?
Yes? Yeah. I would like you to respond on the experience that you went, any learning that you got from this, in addition to whatever we discussed?
Sir, I like that question which you were telling us, tell me what you like, and then the student, when we ask this question to the students, tell me what you like. And then we can easily tell that what type of personality they are.
So I didn't get...
The student's potential or characteristics.
Yeah, well, yeah, no. Any experience you would like to share, or any question that you would like to put? Thank you for your compliments. Anything that you would like to add to what we discussed? Okay, thank you. Now I will continue, and then we will go to some other center. Okay. Which one?
What shall be the parameters to judge the quality of others? Most of the time we have so many about them.
Oh, what is the parameters to judge the quality of others? Okay. Now what is the number? The number 9. TTC and LRDC Jodhpur. Can you connect me to them?
Video is not coming.
Video is not coming, I see. Okay, so I will answer the question that has come from TTC and LRDC Jodhpur. The question was, how do we judge the qualities of other people? My suggestion is that we need not judge. It is better not to judge. Instead, look for the good qualities in others. It is not about an assessment. Of course, the evaluation that you did was for the purpose of simulating an experience. And there the focus was on, as I was repeatedly telling, the second part was more important, where you try to see whether that person has any quality which he or she has not written. And then you recognize that. So in the same manner, we need to look more and more for the good qualities in the students, in the colleagues, in every environment. The more that we look for the good, the better it would be for all the people concerned. You might have heard of Andrew Carnegie, the steel giant. You know, now Lakshmi Mittal, L.M. Mittal is called the Andrew Carnegie of the 21st century. I'm talking about the original Andrew Carnegie, who was one of the richest men of America and a multi-billionaire, and he lived about 90 years ago. And you may not know that he had studied only up to the 4th class. Andrew Carnegie, who brought steel business to America, who was the founder chairman of the United States Steel Corporation, had studied only up to the 4th class. And he started his career as a porter, as a coolie in the harbor. And from that, he rose to become the founder chairman of the United States Steel Corporation and a multi-billionaire and one of the richest men of America. And after he reached that stage, he threw a challenge to the world. He said, I'm going to prove to the world that anybody who follows the principles that I followed can become rich. And to establish that, I have selected 5 people. And he declared the wealth of all the 5 people. They are all ordinary people, just making both ends meet, don't have much savings, but they have the right attitude. I'm going to train them for 6 months. And after training them for 6 months, I will not give them a penny. I will just send them out. And within 4 or 5 years, all of them will be multimillionaires in their own way. I will not help them in any manner. In their own way, they will become multimillionaires. And all of them became multimillionaires in much lesser time, in 3 to 4 years' time. And he was asked, what in your leadership enabled you to create so many multimillionaires? Pat came the reply, it is very simple. In life, you get what you seek. In life, you get what you seek. If you seek filth, you will find the filth all around. I sought gold in my people, and they turned out to be my gold mines. So if we seek the good in our students, they will turn out to be the gold mines of the society, the gold mines of mankind, the gold mines of our country. There is so much good in them, so we need to seek that good so that we enhance the good in them. So it is not about judging, it is about seeking the good in other people. Yeah, any other question that has come up? Any center we will connect? Shall we go to the next center? Vidya Bhavan Polytechnic, Udaipur. Huh? Vidya Bhavan. Huh?
Am I audible? Am I audible, sir?
Vidya Bhavan Polytechnic?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Please.
It's really a very good exercise, and it has developed a different perspective. Someone was asking about judgment and assessment. So I think it is more than judgment and assessment. It is all about looking within and looking at others. And once this perspective is developed, we were discussing it outside. I mean, when there was a tea break, that it will also help in finding what deficiencies are there within and what deficiencies are there in the others. So it will help in mutually correcting and mutually inspiring each other. So it's really a great exercise. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. See, when we look for the more good things in them, the deficiencies will steadily vanish. Of course, about helping them to overcome the deficiencies, there is also another process which we will see as we progress in this workshop. But the initial thing is this: it is looking for the good in them instead of the weaknesses in them. And when you mentioned this, I was reminded of a workshop in which a very senior teacher during the course of this activity got up and told me, "Sir, that's all fine. I have a student who has a very serious bad habit. I have advised him 100 times. He is not changing. So what should I do?" So I told her that before telling her what she should do, I can easily tell her what she need not do. I told her, you have already advised him 100 times. Don't advise him the 101st time, because that will also meet with the same fate. Instead, as we learned in this activity, look for the good qualities in him. And sincerely look for the good qualities in him and keep acknowledging that as and when you meet him for the next 1 month. And please decide immediately. For the next 1 month, you will not advise him on anything. Instead, you will only recognize his good qualities. She agreed and sat down, and the workshop was progressing. In the afternoon session, she got up again and said, "Sir, last 2 hours, I was thinking of that boy to find out what are the good qualities in him." Then I said, "Oh, that means last 2 hours you did not attend my workshop." Okay, anyway, jokes apart, but what happened? Could you identify? No, I couldn't see anything good in him. So shall I simply praise him for the qualities that he doesn't possess? Then I said, no, truth is far more powerful than untruth. You have to, it is not about simply praising. It is developing a culture of looking for the good qualities in others, particularly students, and sincerely acknowledging and recognizing them. That is true, sir, but my difficulty is that I am not able to see anything good in him. Then I told her, I have not seen that boy, but I can tell you he possesses a few good qualities. Even the worst criminal of the world possesses a few good qualities, which Kiran Bedi proved in Tihar jail when she was in charge of the jail. She was able to transform a few hardcore criminals into gentlemen. If that is possible for her, this innocent young man, who is definitely much better than any criminal housed in Tihar jail, definitely he has many good qualities in him. But in your sincere attempt to get rid of the bad habit from that boy, all the time you are thinking only of that bad habit when you think of that boy. So that is acting as an iron curtain between you and him. When you think of him, that bad habit only comes to your mind. So I suggest first you get rid of that bad habit from your mind. Have an open mind and look at him. Then you will be able to find many good things in him. And to drive home this point, I narrated an episode from the Mahabharata. You know, the great master Dronacharya once summoned his 2 disciples, Duryodhana and Yudhishthira, and gave them a week's assignment. He told Yudhishthira, you make a list of all the bad people that you have come across in life, and told Duryodhana, you make a list of all the good people that you have come across in life. A week passed by, he called both of them. Yudhishthira came first with a blank list. The master got annoyed. What were you doing for this 1 week? I had given you an assignment. Then Yudhishthira said, no, sir, this entire week I was on this project. But I could not identify a single person whom I could include in this list. Why? What was your difficulty? Sir, every time I identified a person as a bad person because I found out some bad qualities in him, and I was about to enter his name in this list, all his good qualities came to my mind. And my conscience questioned me, when he possessed so many good qualities, how could I include him in the list of bad men just because he has one or two bad qualities? And as a result, I could not find any bad person in the community. The master felt very happy and said, this is what I expected of you, congratulated him and sent him. And then came Duryodhana. He also was holding a blank list. The master asked him, what was your problem? The same was my problem too, sir. Every time I identified a person as a good person because I found some one or two good qualities in him, and I was about to enter his name in the list, all his bad qualities came to my mind, and my conscience questioned me, if when he possessed so many bad qualities, how could I include him in the list of good men just because he has one or two good qualities? See, both the students did the survey in the same community at the same time, and both went by the dictates of their respective conscience, and one came with the finding that there is no bad person in the community, and the other came with the finding that there is no good person in the community. So what does it convey? The beauty of an object is in the eye of the beholder. The beauty of an object is in the eye of the beholder. Only if there is beauty within our eyes, we can appreciate beauty that we see outside. So if you look for the good, we will find many good things in others. Then she agreed. Then I told her, in a Tamil movie, the superstar Rajinikanth says, "Naan oru thadava sonna, nooru thadava sonna madri." Meaning, if I utter once, it has the effect of having said 100 times. That is what Rajinikanth says. But the teacher says, I have uttered 100 times, it doesn't have the effect of having said even once. There is no need to say 100 times. So the ratio of effectiveness between Rajinikanth and the teacher is 1:1 upon 100 into 100. Okay. Now there is no need to say 100 times. You have to say only once, and it will have the effect of having said 100 times if only a teacher advises the student after acquiring the basic qualification to advise the student. So what is the basic qualification? The teacher should have appreciated the student for his good qualities over a period of time. And when you have done that, he would have developed an inclination to listen to you, because everybody wants to hear good things about you. Even you may recollect, when we were students, there used to be a teacher. The moment we spot her at the end of the corridor, we will take a detour to avoid her, because if she catches hold of us, she will bulldoze us with all advice. There will be another teacher. The moment we spot him, we will go to him and talk to him. So we have to attract the students to us. We should not make them to run away from us. And that is possible if you look for the good things in others. Because every human being, whether he's an adult or young or old, wants to be appreciated. And Dr. Sigmund Freud, the greatest psychologist of the 20th century, said, all human actions spring only from two things. When he says all human actions, he includes all the actions of all human beings, good people, bad people, man, woman, old, young, etc. And one of them is the desire to feel great. Everybody wants to feel great. So if you can make the other person to feel great, you have accomplished the task. He has become your friend. But this should be done sincerely. It should not be a lip service. There is a definition of salesman in Chennai. I will say that in Tamil and translate it into English. Who is a salesman? Kaluthila tie, kaiyila pai, vaayila poi. Meaning a salesman is one who has a tie on the neck, a bag in the hand, and a lie on the tongue. It should not be like that. No, a salesman tells a customer, oh, you are great, etc. After he has gone, he says he's a wretched man. He doesn't make payments at all. That should not be. It should be sincerely looking for the good in others and recognizing them. And when you do that, you are putting yourself at a great advantage. You are shaping and molding the personality and character of youth. Yes, yes.
Personally have experienced this. People always like to hear good things about themselves.
Yes.
So most of the time, if somebody is telling us bad, we would like to just avoid that person.
Exactly.
So maybe it is a good idea to first win their confidence by telling them their qualities, and then actually tell them about
लड़के को तुम ज्यादा अपने नजदीक लाओ।
They are good things. They have developed an inclination to listen to you. At that time, if you give an advice or suggestion, it will be accepted. That is why I say this is the basic qualification which one has to acquire before. But generally what happens traditionally is any elderly person, a parent or a grandfather or a grandmother, the moment he or she catches hold of a young man, starts advising. And advising is something which young people hate to hear. Even elders hate to hear. They like to advise, but they don't like to be advised. I don't know whether you have heard of Krishna Hati Singh, the youngest sister of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. The immediate younger sister was Vijay Lakshmi Pandit. I'm still younger sister. She's not very much known, but she has written a very beautiful autobiography in which she recalls an incident. One day after she grew up, she asked Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, because the age gap between them was 14 years. So Pandit Nehru was like a father figure for her because he is 14 years elder. See, she told Pandit Nehru, see, you have always been a pillar of strength on whom I could lean and get support. You are such an ideal elder brother. But one thing is puzzling me. All my friends in college used to tell me that their elder brothers used to advise, do this, don't do that, etc., etc. I'm not able to recollect a single occasion when you advised me to do something or not to do something. What is the reason? Pat came the reply from Pandit Nehru. It is very simple. Those who advise are unpopular. And I did not want to be unpopular, so I did not advise you. So the more we advise, the more unpopular we will become. The more we appreciate, the more popular we will be. Then we can advise judiciously. It will have a tremendous impact of having said 100 times when we say once. Any other center we will connect to. Shall we go to Jaipur Institute of Engineering and Management, Jaipur? 7. Or any, which center is this? Yeah. Respected teachers at Jaipur Institute of Engineering and Management. Can you hear me? Jaipur Institute of Engineering and Management, can you hear me? Yeah, please respond, yes.
So your mic is on.
Yeah, yes, please speak. Please respond. You would like to say anything?
Yes, sir.
Jaipur Institute, yes. Yeah. Yeah. Please hold the mic close to your mouth and speak so that we can hear you. You are keeping the mouth away from your mouth. And please switch on the mic and keep it close to your mouth. It is on. Please speak. It is on. Please speak. There's some problem. Yeah, I can see the lip movement. He is talking, but we cannot hear. Shall we go to another center? We will go to another center. Arya College of Engineering, Jaipur. Arya College of Engineering, Jaipur, number 8.
Am I audible?
Yes, I am audible. Please, please speak. Yes.
Actually, I want to know that, like, identifying the qualities of the students, well and good, that's okay. But in case you want to point out any shortcomings of the students, how do we do that?
Yeah, it's a very good question. In fact, there is an activity which we'll do in the afternoon where you will get an answer to this question. But now I will briefly answer. See, when the behavior of a student is not acceptable, the methods generally employed by the elders, teachers, parents, and others have not only achieved any positive result, but have only worsened the situation. For example, the teacher or the parent shouts at the student and he feels offended and the relationship gets strained. At the same time, no metanoia, no shift of mind takes place in the student. So there should be a scientific way by which, without arguing with the student, without shouting at him, we should be able to make him realize his mistake and he himself changing his attitude and approach. This is a very important subject. We are having an activity in the afternoon, post lunch, that will be the first one. So please come, be available immediately after lunch. We will discuss. But anyway, I will do one thing before we go to that activity, at least one incident to drive home this point and to answer your question. See, this happened in 1965. And I was doing my pre-degree first year, which is equal to +1. And this happened in Trivandrum, my native place. And the college was a little away from the city, and it was the costliest college of the city. So one morning, it was a Loyola college, famous for discipline and punctuality and all that. So the bus the bus used to come to a place which was about 5 minutes walk from my house. And only some 7-8 minutes were left. I was tying my shoelace to leave home to catch the bus. At that time, I realized that was the last day to pay the term fee. And I looked at my father, who was looking into the mirror and shaving his face. I told him, "Appa, today is the last day for paying the term fee." And he realized the urgency. I can still visualize that scene. He put the razor into the glass, rushed to the cupboard, opened the cupboard, pulled out the purse, and pulled out a 500 rupee note. And he asked me, while doing all this, he asked me, "What's the amount?" I told him some 460 rupees. He pulled out a 500 rupee note, rushed to my place, opened the zip of my bag, pushed that 500 rupee note inside, closed it. By the time I finished tying the shoelace, he said, "Now rush and catch the bus." So in the afternoon in the college, I was in the cash counter to pay the fee. I was the only person to pay the fee because being last day, everybody else had paid. And one student was there by my side. I told him very proudly, "See, even today I forgot. At the time of tying the shoelace only I remembered. And this is what happened." That boy was shocked. He asked me, "Did not your father beat you?" "No." "Did he not shout at you?" "No." "What did he do?" "This is what he did. He came and put the money into my bag and I rushed to catch the bus." Then he said, "Had it been my father, he would have simply lifted me and thrown to the street for being so irresponsible," telling on the last day, "I'm really surprised your father did not say anything." Then I thought probably my father may scold me in the evening. But I recollected that he had never scolded me. Anyway, I went home in the evening with an open mind. The moment I reached home, my father called me smilingly, "You paid the fee today?" "Yes." "So today was the last day and you have paid. All is well that ends well. But son, I want to tell you something very important. This 460 rupees is not a small amount. Because in 1965, 460 rupees was a very big amount. The IAS probationer used to get 500 rupees per month. So 460 rupees, the price of 1 kg of rice was less than 50 paise. 460 rupees is a big amount. I don't keep that much amount all the time in the house. I leave only some 50 rupees change for your mother for the petty expenses. But today what happened was, my father was a businessman and the manager of one of the establishments, he usually deposits the money with him in the house in the night, and morning when he goes to the shop, he picks up. Today he fell sick and he was late. And that is why that shop money was available. And that is why I could give you immediately. Otherwise, I will have to go to one of the shops, draw the money and give you by the time you would have missed the school bus. Therefore, the learning from this experience, my son, is this. Whenever you want somebody else to help you, you should help him to help you by giving him enough time. Today, fortunately, everything went off well. Suppose the purse was not here, and you will have a choice. Either you should go to college today without the fee, or you will have to go late in the afternoon because it was far off. If I miss the college bus, it is very difficult to go to the college. And so whenever you want somebody else to help you, you give the other person enough time. And everything in this world, my son, we have got from somebody else. So it is interdependence, which Stephen Covey, my father, talked to me at that time. And that learning went deep into my conscious. And as a result, when I became a manager in my company, I remembered this advice. Every morning when I reached office, whatever work I had to entrust with anybody else, first I would do that. And as a result, I became very popular with my junior colleagues. Oh, Sharma will never ask us to rush at the last moment. He always gives us enough time. This learning I got in 1965. Even now, I remember it. In a sense, every time a student misbehaves, it is a great opportunity for the teacher or the parent to make the student to learn something from that. As a result, it would be beneficial to him for lifelong. And there is a process of correcting, and this I call the non-correctional method. In education, we are accustomed to the correctional method, which has done more harm than good. A child gives, a mother is asking the child, this happens right from childhood. A mother is asking the child a question. The child gives a wrong answer. The mother says, you are wrong, and then says what is right. The next day, father asks a question, another question. He gives a wrong answer. You are wrong, and then he gives the right answer. Next day, English teacher asks a question. You are wrong. Like that, every adult tells the child, you are wrong, you are wrong. At the end of the week, the child learns one thing. I am wrong, and I will be wrong. And as a result, he grows into a timid adult. There is no need for a teacher or a parent to tell a student that he is wrong. Without telling him that he is wrong, we can make him to understand what is right. And that is what my father did. He never told me that I was irresponsible. In fact, very interestingly, the conversation started, which I forgot to tell. He asked me, son, when were you told that today is the last day for fee? It was 31st August. I told him sometime on the 15th January. Oh, 15th January college, I told you. But anyway, you told me at least today. That is what he said. And then he said this. He never said I was wrong, but made me to understand what was right. And he achieved the purpose. He used that opportunity to drive home a value in me, which has helped me in the long run. Yes. Excuse me, any other center we will go to? Yeah. Yeah. Are you a College of Engineering? Okay. Openly, okay. Respected teachers at different centers, please feel free to ask questions. Feel free to disagree. Feel free to...
हम दिखाएंगे देखो सबसे ज्यादा स्टार बैठी हुई
है. Can you please speak loudly? What's the name of your institution? What is this institute?
It is LRDC.
वो तो उनको बोल
नहीं वो उनको तो पूछ रहे हैं अपना नंबर क्या आगे लिख दो वो मांगता है बार-बार लिस्ट मांगता है लिस्ट देना तो ये क्या नंबर लिस्ट वो मांगते हैं अभी आज सुबह से भी 2 बार उन्होंने लिस्ट मांगी है ये तो
नंबर
अभी लिखा आ जाएगा they muted you जरा से कुछ कहते हैं
Greater Noida College of Technology, Mandeep. Can you hear me? Greater Noida College of Technology. You have any question to put? Please. Yeah, please speak. I can hear you. Yeah, please connect. Number? What's the number? 9. Okay. TTC and LRDC Jodhpur.
Audible to you?
Yes, please, sir. I can hear you.
Yes, sir. So I have a question on behalf of all the members here.
Please.
Can you differentiate between appreciation and appropriation?
Appropriation.
Yeah, appropriation means sometimes we are situational in appreciating others. We stuck in some situation that we have to appreciate others. It is not a genuine one. And basically we have to do some things.
Can you come again, please? Can you come again? Can you repeat what you said?
Yeah, my question is, can you differentiate between appreciation and appropriation?
And subsequently, you said something. You clarified what you mean by appropriation in this context.
By appreciation, I mean that genuine praise of someone. But appropriation, timely. Like sometimes you have to praise your wife, though she is not looking beautiful.
I see. Anyway, thank you. I got a new term, appropriation, for that. Yeah, thank you. It's a very interesting question. I will repeat the question. It is a very interesting question. The question was, what is the difference between appreciation and appropriation? And the example for appropriation given was, you tell your wife that she looks beautiful even though you think she is not. That was the example given. You have to tell. Okay. Anyway, apart from the meaning and the interpretation of the words, this is very important. Appreciation should be genuine. It should be a sincere appreciation which will have the desired effect. I repeat, truth is far more powerful than untruth. So one day the truth will reveal itself, and then you will be in trouble if you keep. What I am talking about is not lip service, but developing a culture in us of always looking for the good in others and not looking for the weaknesses in other people. When we develop that as a culture, there is an inner happiness. We feel happy to work with people. And this will be reflected in every action of ours and also in our interaction with others, which will motivate them. So I am very much against, within inverted commas, appropriation.
Can I add from Udaipur?
And
can you hear me, sir?
Excuse me, another thing. I said a little while ago, the beauty of an object is in the eye of the beholder. One's wife is beautiful if there is beauty in the eyes of the husband. Once Mahatma Gandhi was asked, who is the most beautiful lady on this earth? Pat came the reply, Kasturiba. Yeah. Any other question? I hope I have answered your question. Yeah, former Shankaracharya of Sringeri said, truthfulness alone is cleverness. That's a very powerful, beautiful statement. Truthfulness alone is cleverness. Yes, we can. Yeah, Meerut Institute, shall we go? That is 11. Respected teachers at Meerut Institute of Engineering and Technology, Meerut.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I look forward to hearing from you, your views, your questions, your suggestions.
Sir, we have no questions till this time. But I want to share one experience of mine regarding the activity that you have given in the first session.
Very good.
Actually, my colleagues and my friends always say me that I have a good leadership skills and I can manage anything. But earlier I was not confident about it. Now I find it that yes, I have a leadership skills and I complemented it with my polite behavior. That helped me a lot in developing myself as well as in developing others also.
Yeah. Thank you. That is a very good demonstration of what I was trying to convey through this activity. Their appreciation has really encouraged you, and it has also made you to feel humble and responsible.
Yes, sir.
Because some people tend to think that if you appreciate a student for a good performance, it will go into his head, and as a result, he will start neglecting his studies or work. No, it is wrong. When we appreciate, his self-esteem goes up, and he feels more responsible and wants to rise up to your expectations. In fact, these aspects are very beautifully driven home through a few cartoons in a book by Parkinson and Rustamji. You know, Parkinson and Rustamji are famous authors of management books. And one uniqueness of their books is all great management thoughts they have conveyed through very funny cartoons. I will present now a few cartoons which drive the point. Shall I? Some questions coming? Yeah. Now, can you help me to take that slide?
I want to also share my one experience here.
Yeah, you can also see. Yes. Yeah, you can speak.
No, I'll say later, not.
Yeah.
Which slide you want, sir?
There is one cartoons which is already downloaded here. Yesterday, downloaded by her.
Okay.
Cartoons. Yesterday you downloaded no cartoons. This is the first slide. See, great management thoughts are expressed through these cartoons. In all these cartoons, which I'll be presenting, a character will be appearing. His name is Bill. Bill is a low-level employee. In one cartoon, he is one who cleans lavatories. Another, he is a lathe operator. In another one, he's a mechanic. It is all what is happening in the shop floor of a factory. And what is depicted in these cartoons is how he feels and thinks in the context of the various comments made by his supervisors and managers. Now you see the first cartoon. See, he is a low-level employee, but Parkinson and Rustamji are saying that he should be made to feel like this. Of course, he matters. And it gives Bill a terrific kick. Thousands of people are watching him. But look at his poise, his pride, his bearing. And so it should be in a factory. Let everyone feel that he means something to the organization. Never brush off anyone, no matter how busy you might be. Let each and every one of your men feel that he matters, that he is important. See, what he says in the context of a factory is equally relevant in the context of a classroom. A student may be a mediocre student. So if he is made to feel that he is an unimportant member of the class, then his performance will go down. He should be made to feel great. Like Bill, he is a low-level employee. He says he should be made to feel as if he is performing on a circus with 3 pretty girls standing above him, and thousands of people are appreciating his talent. Now you see in the next cartoon, this is what he actually does. He cleans lavatories. And his supervisor says, smart work, Bill. It doesn't matter what job you are doing, cleaning lavatories, collecting garbage, or walking on a tightrope in a circus. Every job is important. Where would we be if our lavatories were not cleaned, or if there was garbage everywhere? Let every man feel that his job matters, no matter what it is. Don't brush anyone aside. The ego in all of us, even the humblest, likes to feel that we are somebody. Even the weakest student wants to feel that he is somebody. In a sense, some weak students resort to indiscipline because of being neglected. As I said a little while ago, Dr. Sigmund Freud said, all human actions spring only from 2 things, and the first one is the desire to feel great. A student who thinks that he can perform well and score high marks, he does that by doing that and he feels great. The boy who is creating trouble in the class also is doing that for the same purpose. He wants to feel great, but he thinks that he cannot achieve it by doing well in his studies. He is weak, so he wants to create problem in the class. As a result, he thinks he becomes a hero. The motive is the same. So therefore, if the weak student or the troublesome student is recognized, then he will also perform and improve his performance. Sorry, you see the next cartoon. He is operating a machine, and his supervisor pats on his back. It is amazing. And you see the face of Bill is so happy. How often one forgets to give appreciation. It is far easier to criticize and find fault. But just to see the effect of a pat on the back It makes all the difference. Look how it boosts Bill up. And don't imagine that Bill will rest on his laurels just because you praise him. Not at all. He will strive to do better. This is what I wanted to tell you. If you, because the teacher from the college mentioned, the colleagues appreciated her for her leadership. And as a result, she has become a good leader. In the same manner, and just because they appreciated, you did not become arrogant. You said you feel very humble now. In the same manner, when you appreciate a student, complacency will not set in. Instead, he will perform better. That is what Parkinson and Rustamji are saying. See here, Bill had given an idea. So the supervisor, instead of telling that it is, the supervisor has taken the pains to tell the chairman and managing director that it was Bill's idea. So the chairman has come all the way to the shop floor to appreciate Bill. And you see the happiness on his face. It was Bill's idea. Don't be the supervisor that collars all the praise for himself. If one of your men has a good idea, see that he is given recognition. This is a matter on which the men are very quick to catch on. If they feel that the supervisor has taken all the credit for himself, they won't give out their ideas next time. So for the student's performance also, the teacher should give the credit fully to the student. Then I'm sure the student will return all the credit to the teacher and would say that, but for my teacher, I would not have performed. See, this is very interesting. In all your earlier slides, you saw Bill very happy, whereas he was only appreciated. Here, he is not happy, whereas he is given all the material things. What are they? Higher bonus, higher wages, better living conditions, better facilities. If you want Bill to be happy and be really a good worker, you have got to offer him other things as well. Material things alone are not enough. Even with difficult working conditions, you can get first-class results if there is good sympathetic supervision. It is not the material things alone that are important. Man cannot live without bread, but he cannot live with bread alone. And here is a situation where Bill is working in his place and the chairman managing director is passing by and he is wishing the CMD, good morning, Mr. Jones, but the CMD is not even looking at him because he had forgotten Bill. Not even a bloody nod. That is what Bill is thinking. And he had slogged for the big boss for years when he was just the foreman of the electric shop. Then they often used to get together, share thoughts and play. But day-to-day pressures have made the big boss lose touch. He can't even remember Bill. He has obviously got the wrong priorities because nothing is more important than to be completely aware of how the people under you think and feel. A teacher deals not only with students, but also with junior level employees, other workers and all. So today, a teacher's role is very different from what it was 15, 20 years ago. She also has to be a good manager and a good executive. She can be successful only if she is able to deal effectively with her colleagues and also the other non-teaching staff. So for that, this gives a message. Yeah. Thank you very much. We will go to another center. Shall I say HMR Institute of Technology? Or Ambedkar Institute of Technology for Handicapped, Ambedkar Institute for HMR, okay, certain. Respected team, yes, please, please.
I'm audible, sir.
I can hear you.
Am I? Okay.
Please speak.
Sir,
please speak.
my name is Yashika. I'm from HMI Institute of Technology. I want to ask one question, sir. I have
please.
a question. How we can turn a student's misbehavior into an opportunity to teach him?
The second part, can you come again? Repeat. How can we turn mischievous students?
How can we turn a student's misbehavior into an opportunity to teach him? Actually, earlier you gave some examples, but we want more actually.
Well, yeah. So I will repeat your question. How to deal with students who are mischievous in the class and how to make them take interest in learning. That's what you are asking, you know?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I will answer. Ah, yes, yes, very good. It was a beautiful question because your question itself contains the answer. You said how to convert misbehavior into an opportunity. You are very right. Every mediocre student, every problem student offers the teacher an opportunity to learn to inspire. Every problem student is teacher's teacher, according to me, because she is giving you an opportunity to train yourself to deal with that person. That is very correct. And from whatever we have discussed so far, I will give a few points. One is, I hope you participated in that making tea. And there was an odd-shaped piece. And the difficult student is like the odd-shaped piece. The odd-shaped piece, which was troubling the participants yesterday, they finally agreed that there was nothing wrong with the piece. What went wrong was that our inability to understand that piece. The moment they understood the moment they understood it, they were able to put it in the right place, and it became very useful. In the same manner, that troublesome student also has a place. He has to be put in the right place. So how to do it is the million-dollar question. First, you have to win the love and trust of that student. You have to become friendly with that student. Then a day will come when he will reveal to you all that is in his mind. And then you will understand what is troubling him, which has led to this misbehavior. And then it will become very easy for you to correct, because once the root cause of the malady is diagnosed, a remedy can be found. The whole problem is we know the remedies for the maladies, but we don't know what is the malady. So to know what is the malady, what is really troubling him, there should be a communication channel. But unfortunately, what happens is such students have lost communication with their parents, their teachers, and other responsible elders. So if you can do that, it is really a great opportunity for you to transform that troublesome student into a very successful person. Yes, yeah, you wanted to say something. Yeah. You can speak.
इसी क्वेश्चन पे मैं अपनी पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस आपसे बता रहा हूँ. 6 years back when I was too young, अभी भी यंग ही हूँ, तो करीब 21-22 का साल था, तो मैं डिग्री करके गया था पढ़ाने. हरियाणा के कॉलेज थे वहां पर, तो वहां पे मैक्सिमम स्टूडेंट मैरिड थे, सबकी शादी हो गई थी, इवन की लड़कियों की भी शादी हो गई थी. और मैं गया पढ़ाने, तो वो मेरे कोई बात को सीरियस ही ना ले. जब मैं पढ़ाने जाऊं, बोर्ड पे कुछ भी लिखने जाऊं, वो चौक मार दे मुझे. तो मैंने कोशिश किया कि उनको थोड़ा गुस्से में कंट्रोल करूं. तो फिर मैं पूरा नेक्स्ट में ये सोच के गया, आज तो फर्स्ट था, चौक मार दिया, कोई बात नहीं. अगले दिन ये सोच के कि पूरे गुस्से में रहूंगा, एकदम स्ट्रिक्ट रहूंगा, उनको पढ़ाऊंगा. फिर गए, तो जब मैं गुस्सा करता हूँ, मेरे को मजाक बना देते मेरी बात को. बोले ये देखो गुस्सा कर क्या है, पीछे से कोई कमेंट पास कर दे, इवन की लड़कियां चौक मार दे. मैं बहुत फ्रस्ट्रेट हुआ 1-2 दिन. फिर मैं अपने एचओडी से कंप्लेन किया कि सर ये तो हो नहीं पा रहा है, ये बच्चों को आप समझाइए. तो मेरा एचओडी बोलता है कि सर ये आपकी वीकनेस है, अगर आप बच्चों को कंट्रोल नहीं करें तो आप रिजाइन कर दीजिए, छोड़ दीजिए कॉलेज आप. फिर बोले कि अगर ये डायरेक्टर पास बात जाती है तो आपकी प्रॉब्लम है, हमारी प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. देन आई थॉट व्हाट कैन आई डू. मैं सोचता रहा 1-2 दिन. फिर मैंने उनके साथ जो गुस्सा था, जो नाराजगी थी, वो मैंने दूर किया. उनके साथ दोस्ती की तरफ मैंने हाथ बढ़ाना शुरू किया, एकदम फ्रेंडशिप बनाया. और जो लड़के थे, वो जो शादीशुदा थे, मैं उनसे एक क्वेश्चन बोला कि आप अपने वाइफ के लिए हीरो हो. आप जब शाम में घर जाते हो कॉलेज करने के बाद, आपकी वाइफ आपका वेट करती है कि आप आए हो, आपको चाय दे, दूध दे या कुछ भी दे. अब जरा सोचो, आप आए, कुछ गलती क्यों, मैं आपको जोर से एक थप्पड़ मार दूं, बाद में आप मेरे को जान से मार दो, लेकिन मैं आपको जोर से एक थप्पड़ मार दूं, या कहीं आप पे स्क्रैच आ जाए, कुछ आ जाए. और जब आप घर जाएंगे तो आपकी वाइफ आपके हीरो का वेट कर रही है. और जब घर जाएगी तो आपके हीरो पे चोट लगी होगी, तो पूछेगी कि ये चोट कैसे लग गया जी. तो आप क्या आंसर देंगे? आप ये बोलेंगे ना कि सर ने मुझे मारा, यानी कि आपका वो क्या सोचेगी, मेरा हीरो कोई गलत काम कर गया तभी तो मार खा कर आ गया. तो आप जिनके लिए हीरो है, आप उनके लिए हीरो रहिए. और आप चाहे यहाँ रहे या घर पे रहे, कहीं भी आप हीरो ही रहेंगे. तो प्लीज आप ऐसा काम मत कीजिए. और मैं उनसे दोस्ती इतनी अच्छी हो गई कि आज भी बच्चे मेरे कांटेक्ट में हैं. और जिस क्लास का रिजल्ट 20 और 30% होता था, मैं जब छोड़ के आ गया तो मेरे को पता चला कि दैट वाज रिजल्ट ऑन 85% ऑन दैट सब्जेक्ट. सो दिस इज माय पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस. थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू वेरी मच. SD मिश्रा, SD मिश्रा, सिद्धेश्वरी दत्त मिश्रा.
You are really the hero. You are really the hero. Yes, yes. Yeah. And you did exactly what I was explaining we should do. Dr. Norman Vincent Peale wrote a book, and then he dedicated it to his friend and said, I'm dedicating it to so-and-so, who does not need to read this book. In the same manner, even without attending this workshop, you had already done what I was suggesting you should do. The 3 cheers to you. Fantastic. Yeah, that is exactly what I meant. Yes. Yeah, any other center we will go to? And as we are selecting another center, I will keep talking to save the time. Okay. Yeah. Serial number? Okay. Jaipur Institute of Technology Group of Institutions. Good afternoon, friends. I look forward to hearing from you. Please speak.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, yes.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Dr. Salan J. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Please
sir,
speak.
I have the question regarding the students. At the last time, some colleague asked that what is the difference between the appreciation and appreciation? Appropriation, right? Then, in aspect of the students, I would like to know that instead of the appreciation, we can appropriate for them. Sir, can it work or not? It can be work or not.
Can you explain what you mean by appropriating them? That's what.
Actually, last some colleague asked that what is the difference between the appreciation and appreciation, right? And he also gave the example like the wife is not beautiful, but we have to say that she is a beautiful. Some student is not good, and we have to motivate or take some quality and then. So we have to motivate them. We have to explain that you are the very good. So, however, they have not some good qualities. It can be appreciate some students or not.
Okay, I will repeat your question. I will repeat your question. You correct me if I have not understood correctly. You are saying that there is a student who is weak in studies or not good in studies, and how do I appreciate him? Except by simply praising, by simply doing a lip service. There is nothing for me to appreciate him. So how do I motivate him is the question. Am I right?
Yeah, okay.
Yes, sir, yes.
Yeah, yes. See, any student, anybody for that matter, has some strength. When you say he's a weak student, you are referring to the subject which you are teaching in which he is weak, or he is, let us assume, weak in all the subjects. But there is something in him which is good, for which you can appreciate him. And by recognizing that strength or good thing in him, you are doing a lot of good to that person. One is, he is already suffering from a low self-esteem because he is weak in all the subjects. His self-esteem will go up. Okay, I can also do something. I will give you an example. My master, Professor Sunny Tharapan, once did an experiment in Karnataka. He wrote to some 20 government schools, headmasters, and told them that each school should send 2 students for a training workshop for 12 days. And the minimum qualification for the 2 students to be participate in this workshop is that they should have failed in all the subjects. And they should be very weak. They should be the weakest students. Now, what I am going to do is to demonstrate that those students whom you claim are the weakest in your school have some strengths in them. That is the purpose. So like that, some 10 schools, 20 students assembled in a place, and they underwent a training, and he deputed facilitators. So the job given to the facilitators was to identify in those 20 children their strengths and make those children to realize those strengths. And as a result, their self-esteem goes up and they go better than what they were when they started attending the workshop. And on the 8th day, the facilitators reported that out of the 20 students, 18 students we have identified strengths. But 2 students we are finding very difficult. We are not able to find anything in them. They are too mediocre. So what shall I do? Then Professor Sannitharapan said, I will come there personally. And he went there and he talked to those 2 children and then found out one strength in both of them. What was that? Both the children were capable of putting the finger into the mouth and whistle. No? Some youth whistle like that. And he made them to whistle. Then he said, today there is going to be a whistling competition. And both these boys came first in the whistling competition. And as a result, their self-esteem went up. So in every student, something good, something strong can be identified. But we should go do that with an open mind. When there is an inclination in us to look for the good and the strength in other people, particularly in the students, when we develop that as our culture, it will become easy for us. And we can be sincere and at the same time appreciative of the student. And once you are able to identify some strengths and appreciate, he will do well. In fact, being weak in subjects is not an indication that he is totally weak. I can give an example. My son, for his company, went to a polytechnic to do a campus interview to select some candidates. And finally, the principal told him, okay, all those students who have studied here, who are studying here, you have done the campus interview. There is one student who has failed, and he is not likely to pass. But according to him, he will be a good employee. Would you like to see him? Yes, I would like to see him. And finally, my son chose that student who had failed in all the subjects. And he is working with my son, and he is one of the best employees of his organization today. So in everybody, there is a strength, and it is our business to look for that. Thank you. I hope I answered your question. Yeah, yes, please, you may comment.
Hello everyone, this is Raja with you from Coach Grab. In fact, yesterday when Mr. Alok was talking about, actually was touching about the self-esteem, in fact, I came in between. I started talking about how educators can be, adventure-seeking personalities. Like, for example, imagine a classroom where everything goes fine and everybody is good enough. And now, how do you feel after 5 years or 3 years? About your class. Now, each class, when you are migrating, each people when they are moving up, when every student is bright and you don't have challenges at all, do you like that kind of a profession? So that is where I put in this concept of teachers as adventurers. So more you seek, the more you expose yourself to a challenging situation, so you are actually entering into an adventuring thing. Yes, we do come across students who has got very less talent in terms of academics, but as sir mentioned very rightly, probably he might have a different qualities where we can capitalize on. So we don't call it as weaknesses. We don't call it as weaknesses. There are areas of improvement we call it as. So this is where your exploration ability comes in. Like, fine, I need to explore about this guy. Take this guy as a case study. Case study is very common in our academic thing, right? So let us study the gentleman and try to bring out his positivity in that gentleman and make him as a better student at par with the other students. Okay, that is just very simple to say. But I come from an employment background where I'm dealing with a leasing company. I deal with a lot of subordinates. So when I just had this senior manager tag in my career with this organization, so fortunately, unfortunately, I was left with candidates who are all being rejected by the other departments. Especially one particular candidate, because I come from a place called Oman, where I have got a candidate. Even a school educated person in that particular place is considered as a employable candidate. So that is the level of employment happens there. Students are very hardworking. The candidates are very hardworking, but only thing is they're very directionless. Now, when one such student was given to me, forced to take it, and because when I had a first interaction with the gentleman, I found that this guy is not suitable for this kind of a job, which is again providing loans, in put it in very simple terms, providing loans for buying cameras or television, where I have to take care of project financing, I have to take care of auto financing, and I have to take care of the microfinancing as well. So this gentleman by my name Abdul Aziz, was not producing results, but somehow I have seen such kind of a spark in him. There was a spark in him, which was not identified earlier. So this guy has completely lost his self-esteem, started coming to office late, sometimes doesn't come, doesn't inform. So how much ever we equate that to discipline, he was not realizing. No amount of training or external training was not helping him. So only thing what helped me was my initiation and also my volunteering in exploring that particular thing. I used to sit late evenings with him after working hours. Even if he comes on late, probably I do. The patting exercise was really, really helpful. So walking and managing is the style. Like, you walk around, you pat the people, you see what exactly they're doing. It's not like, making them to feel that they are working under your nose, but, giving them a kind of a thing, you are participating in their work. So with this kind of a small, behavioral change from my side, in fact, I was not bothered about the guys who are performing because they're already on the autopilot mode. So when we focused on it, but they should not be realizing that you're too much focusing on them. They will become so conscious. They will not reveal their inner, the areas of improvement. So one thing what I found is that the guy was crazy enough to know about the cars and latest cars and So moment I had a small experiment which I wanted to do. I explained to my superior saying that why don't I move him from microfinancing of simple we in Oman, it's rupees, in Oman it's riyals. The currency is called riyal. So I said that instead of giving him a lesser task of 300 400 riyal microfinancing, why don't we migrate him to 20,000 and 30,000 Omani riyals? So everybody laughed at me. This guy is not even fit enough to handle a customer who wants finance for a television or for a camera or for a laptop. You are going to put him to a place where he's going to handle Mazda cars and Maserati and Benz. What qualification? He doesn't even conduct himself properly in front of them. So I said, why don't we try them? Why don't we try? In fact, it was not so easy to convince my management, but I took a risk on myself saying that, yes, I'm going to do that. And trust me, the day one, when I announced the news that saying that, okay, fine, another 1 week, just wind up your thing and hand over your thing to so-and-so person. So from this month onwards, you are going to finance for the car. And these are the 3 dealers which I'm going to give you. So you have to do that. The very first month, he did the fantastic network. The third week of the week, it's the third week, he called upon, like normally I call upon people for a joint calls with my team. So he called upon me saying that, sir, why don't we go for a roundup? They want to see who my boss is. So I said, okay, fine, fair enough. One day I dedicated. I think we went to a Mini Cooper showroom, we went to a BMW showroom, and we went to a Mazda showroom, which is his strength. Like he has got his own connections, he has got his own friends and fraternity in that place, and I was respected like anything in the place. It was more like, they made me like a king. My name is Raja, but that's the time they made me like a king, saying that, yes, this guy is really good, this guy is really good. And within a week's time, he piled up, and the first month he has achieved his target, which he has not done it for the last 5 years in that company. So this amount of you make him like, the way he walks into the place, when you tell them that, when you come back, and I just, in fact, what simple I did, I made him as a hero of the day. And I just, in front of him, appreciation should be allowed. When you punish something, close the cabinet, bang him, whatever it is, to make him realize if it is required. But appreciation, just blast it. So in the whole evening, we had some small we called as a mojo, the moment of joy that we created. So it really worked out very well. So in that context, what I'm saying is a simple gesture that going close with him, answering to the, which institution is that? Jaipur Institute. Educators, please, in fact, if you find that there's a person who's not, you are not having challenge, and it's not that sir is recommending this particular thing, like inappropriate appreciation is not his recommending, genuinely you appreciate, but before that, make sure that you are identified a typical kind of a qualities, like good qualities, maybe somewhere here and there, some qualities that guy must be having or the girl must be having, pick up that factor and just work on that. So you will see magic happening there. Thank you so much.
So thank you, Raja. That was a very inspiring experience. That there is strength in every person. By identifying that, we can make everybody to perform. So Yeah, any other institute we will go to now? That United Engineering and Research, Noida, the last item on the page 15. So some colleges appearing. What is that college? Okay, this. Yeah. Yes. Huh? Yeah, yeah. Yes. Good afternoon, respected teachers at the Greater Noida College of Technology, Mandeep. Yes. I look forward to hearing your comments, your questions, your views, or sharing your experiences. Can you hear me? Yes.
Kalpana Chawla Government Polytechnic College. Same ID is also using Kalpana Chawla for Government Polytechnic College.
I see.
First one. Second page, easy page.
Yeah. Kalpana Chawla Government Polytechnic at Ambala is. Yes. Yes, please. Yes. Kalpana Chawla, yes. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, please.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, your lecture, since morning you have given us very good advice that how we can improve in the area of teaching by recognizing that we should always see the strength of the students. We should look forward that how we can improve their personality and how we can make them take interest in studies, and we should always try to appreciate their skills or their qualities. Not that we should like reprimand them or we should see the negative in them. We should always inspire them.
Yes.
Very well, you have given very good advice. Since morning we are listening. It's very good to listen to you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. You use the right term, inspiring, because today teaching is nothing but inspiring. All the knowledge is stored in the cyberspace. You have to only click the mouse of a computer to get knowledge. So inspiration is the value addition that a teacher does to the knowledge and gives their students. So a teacher's role is to inspire. The teacher who is able to inspire will definitely succeed. Thank you.
Hello.
Yes, please, sir.
Hello.
What is this institution?
I am from United.
Yes, please. Please speak. Yes.
Sir, this is the basic fact. A student must be come in the classroom. But how we can inspire with our lecture, valuable lecture, without attending the classroom? So my question is how we can improve our class strength in the initiation of the classroom. Before starting the session. Because after some time passing on, they will lose their initiation and basic knowledge about the subjects, and they will creating some unloneliness after some time they are joining in the classroom. So how can we can improve our interesting class for the betterment to class? So my question is very clear. That is, in the initiation, how can we improve the strength of the students in the classroom?
Okay. I will repeat your question. Sir.
Yeah.
I will repeat your question. See, only if your point is that only if the students come to the class, there is a scope to inspire them. If they are not coming to the class or missing a few classes and they come now and then, they will not be able to appreciate the classes, and how can we make them to perform? Am I right? That was the question. Yeah. Now, a teacher's role goes beyond the classroom. I believe that a teacher should be able to inspire students to come to the classroom, to come to the college, and to attend the class. So how to do it is the million-dollar question. Now, students will come if the class is interesting. So the question is how to make it interesting. I can cite my own experience when I was a student. During my second year of the degree course, we had two assistant professors of English. Both of them were very senior and respected people. And one professor was teaching Othello of Shakespeare, which is supposed to be a very interesting play. And the other assistant professor was teaching E.M. Forster's essays, which are supposed to be philosophical or dry, though I used to enjoy that very much. Now, ironically, what was happening was Professor Kumarapulla, a very celebrated professor of English of Kerala, he was teaching E.M. Forster's essays. And there would be pin drop silence in the class. And the strength of the class used to be something around 80 students, because we are all science students, BSc, mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, all the students' English is together. And I can still visualize him. He was a Gandhian, wearing always a khadi shirt and a khadi dhoti with a khadi towel on the shoulder. And there would be pin drop silence, and he was teaching E.M. Forster's essays. And the classes used to be very, very interesting. And I will tell you how he was managing the class, mischievous students. One day, he said in some context, the ambition of every young man in Spain those days was to become a bullfighter, and the ambition of every girl was to marry a bullfighter. And he sarcastically said, like the ambition of every young man in Kerala today is to become a politician. Then he said, if a girl did not get a bullfighter to marry, she would. That is all he had said. Sitting from a corner, I screamed, she would marry a bull. The whole class rolled into laughter, but his face did not become red. He also laughed along with us, smiled. Then he said, he beautifully turned the table against me. He said, yes, that would have been the fate of the girls in Spain if the young men in Spain also were as weak as Sharma. But fortunately, they were strong. And as a result, all the girls got a bullfighter to marry. And again, all the students laughed. I also laughed. Whereas the same students, during the same period, the other subject is Othello, which is supposed to be interesting. That professor also was teaching well, but nothing would be heard in the class. People would be shouting, laughing, etc. He was not able to control. The simple reason is both of them were great professors, but Professor Kumarapulla was able to win the interest of the students. He was able to make them listen to him by being humorous, by responding to all the comments in a very interesting manner, and by not losing temper ever. So there lies the secret. A good teacher is able to win the attention of the student. And this is a real proof, because the same 80 students, in the other professor's class, nothing would be heard. There would be such a lot of noise and commotion, whereas in Professor Kumarapulla's class, he was teaching a dry subject, there was absolute attention and silence. For that, we need to look at things from the student's angle. The moment a teacher is able to understand the problem, what is there in the problem student's mind, she will be able to inspire that student to participate and to attend the class. To drive home this point, I will conduct an activity. It is about the ability to see things from the student's angle. Excuse me. Morning, some Word documents that you open. There is one picture called the cube. This will have to work. This one. Okay. You can distribute it here, but blank side on the top. They should not see it until I say start. You can take out. The paper will be. There. See, you will now receive a paper with a blank side on the top. Please don't turn and see what is written on the other side until I say start, because everyone should get equal time. Only then there will be fun. So don't see what is written or printed on the other side until I say start.
So can you tell me which one is there?
The cube.
The cube. Yeah, last.
Not that. No, last one. No. Yes. Can you make it a full screen so that particularly the picture should appear prominently?
This one.
That's all possible. Okay.
No, is there.
Only 3 are. Doesn't matter. Now, friends at the different centers, you can see a picture on the screen. Now, in that picture, it is now here also you can anyway you can see here. Okay. So the time is not possible here. It is the picture of a glass cube, a transparent cube with a circle engraved on one side. Now, where the circle is engraved, with regard to that, there is a question. And the question is about the possibility. What are all the possibilities? And 4 possibilities are given. You have to choose that possibility which you think is right. Okay, now I will go up. Now you will be able to see 4th one as well. Okay. So this activity will be effective only if you give your answer within a minute's time, and you should do it without discussing with your colleagues, because it is about individual perception. So your colleagues' opinion should not come. Please give them also. Give them. So I will repeat. The first statement is at the lower right-hand corner of the rear panel, at the center of the front panel, at the lower right of the front panel, at the center of the back panel. Whichever answer is right, you may kindly choose. You can write in a paper 1, 2, 3, 4 like that, first 4. Well, if answer 1 is right, you can answer right 1. Suppose 1 and 3 are right, you can write 1 and 3. If no answer is right, you need not write. You can say all the answers are wrong. Yes, hello, sorry, you said something. You have to write the answer. You have to only tick mark. You have to tick mark the right answer or the right answers, because in the centers the paper is not with them. They cannot tick mark. They can write 1, 2, or 3, whichever is right. Okay. Now you connect me to one center so that I will ask the question: how many have chosen which answers as right? So perhaps here I will ask first in the meantime, how many have chosen the first answer as right? Please raise your hands.
Hello?
First, second answer as right. You have chosen 1 and 2.
Hello?
Sorry. How many have chosen 3 as right? How many have chosen 4 as right? How many have chosen more than 1 answer as right? Sunil and Alok. How many have chosen 3 answers as right? How many have chosen all the 4 answers as right?
Sir, all of them are right.
All of them right. Right. Congratulations. Yes, now in your group, how many have written first answer as right? Please raise your hands. Or you can say how many say first answer alone is right. No.
Sir, all are saying that they have written the same, that all of these options are right.
Oh.
If we look long enough, the perspective changes, and we find that sometimes it's at the front panel, then it is at the back end, then at the corner. So all are saying that they think all the options are right.
Oh, fantastic. In fact, congratulations. In my career of conducting this activity, it is the first time that a group has said that all the answers are right. Generally, people say, for example, even physically, those who are present here, some say 1 is right, some say 1 and 2 are right, and 2 or 3 people have only said all the 4 are right. But first time, a group is saying all the 4 are right. But I don't know about the other centers. Truly speaking, all the 4 are right. But I would like to go to some center where they have chosen. Now, those who are physically present here, whichever answers you have rejected,
उस तरफ से कोई देख रहा है तो उसके लिए बैक
yeah.
भाई आप कह रहे हो कि ये फ्रंट में है, तो पीछे वाले फेस से देखोगे
तो बैक पैनल का होगा.
तो जब आप सेंटर में कह रहे
It is which institution? Yeah.
बोलते हैं इसको.
Excuse me. Yeah. That is Shobha Saria College. Shobha Saria Group. Excuse me, respected teachers at Shobha Saria School. In your group, how many have said 1 is right, 2 is right, 3 is right? Can you tell me?
I think all the answers are correct.
Yeah, but that is your opinion. You are right. Is there anyone who was not able to say only one is right or two is right in your group? In your group,
most of the persons think that all four are correct, sir.
That means a few persons are saying some are not correct.
Yeah.
Can you say which is not correct according to them?
Fourth one at the center of the back panel.
Yes. See, there are totally 4 possibilities. One is, see, there are 2 squares. One square as the front panel and the other square as the back panel. And there, each one there are 2. Then turn that into the other one as the front panel and this one as the back panel. And each there are 2 possibilities. One is at the right corner and another is at the center. That is how the 4 answers are coming. So physically, those who have got all the 4 as right will be able to convince your colleague to look at it from that perspective so that he is able to understand that that is also right. You please try to convince him, because that is the process. And then come back to me.
Okay, sir, that's right.
That is right. Now, see, the question is, we will also go to some other center. We will also go to some other center. This which institution? Vidya Bhavan Polytechnic, respected teachers of Vidya Bhavan Polytechnic. In your group, is there anyone who is not accepting any answer as right?
No, that's just the one person who is still not able to look at different perspectives, but otherwise all are agreeing that all 4 answers are right. How do you look at the 2?
But all of you might not have agreed that all the 4 are right initially. Probably a few of you would have said that a few answers are wrong, but subsequently they got convinced. Am I right?
Yeah. So the first reply you have instructed initially that the answer should come within a minute.
Sorry?
So within a minute, there is no consensus. You are right, sir.
Okay.
Within the first minute of your query, there was no answer. I mean, there was the old answers were differing. But after seeing the 2, studying it for a while, it was clear that all the 4 answers are right. But within the first minute of the query, there was no common consensus. You're right, sir.
Beautiful. See, that is what generally happens in a group. A few say answer 1 is right, a few say 2 is right, a few say 2 and 3 are right. But only a minority say, in many groups I have seen, nobody says that all the 4 are right. Then I have to convince them. But I'm very happy in many of the institutions, many people have accepted, and most of them have at least accepted subsequently. Though initially they did not agree, subsequently they were able to see. Am I right? So from that, there is an important learning. See, all the 4 are right, but a few of us said first answer is right. A few of us said, excuse me, now I am coming to the learning part of it. A few said first is right, a few is second is right, a few third is right, a few fourth is right. All of us belong to the same background. We are all of a similar background, working in similar institutions as teachers. But so much of diversity is there in the opinion on a very simple thing. So this is what it is. Each one of us is able to see things from one perspective, but we are not able to see it from the other perspective. Fortunate is the person who is able to see things from the other person's perspective. So when we are all at the same level, all of us are teachers, all of us are working in engineering institutions, similar background, but on a question, there is so much of diversity of opinion, 1, 2, 3, 4, and only a minority were originally able to see all the 4 as right. A few subsequently got convinced, a few might have taken more time to get convinced, a few got convinced quickly. So what does that convey? There is so much of differences in our perspective. I think this need not appear now. We can, the discussion. No, this is not required. Let it be there. Okay. No problem. Yeah, they can see. Good. So much is the difference in the perspective. Now, when so much difference is there in the perception, at the same level. All are teachers and all are with the engineering background. There should be a bigger gap between the student and the teacher. Now the problem is we are not able to see what the others see. A teacher is not able to see what the student is seeing, and the student is not able to see what the teacher is seeing. That is why in some arguments people say, can't you see? The person who is asking the other, can't you see, is also not able to see what the other person is seeing. This is the bitter fact. That is why Henry Ford said, if there is any one secret of success, it lies in the ability to get the other person's point of view and see things from his angle as well as from your own. So when a person is able to see things from his angle as well as from the point of view of others, he would be able to see a total picture. He will be able to appreciate the other person's point of view. Excuse me. The next, there is another Word document, the cube, that also you can open. That you can open. The cube learning will come. So now I will sum up the learnings of this. The first learning is the first way we look at something is not always the only or the best way. See, because of some past experience which is sitting in the mind, when we see something, we jump to some conclusion. It is said that the first impression is the best impression. True. If I have to impress somebody, the first meeting I should impress him, then I am at an advantage. But the first impression need not be the right impression. All of you will agree with me if I say that when you, in your organization, you met somebody, at the first impression, you got some opinion about that person. After a week, your opinion about him changed, right or wrong? So the first way we look at something need not be the only or the best way. The more ways we can view a situation, the more possibilities we will discover and the more creative we can be. See, that is what happened here. You saw something and you thought that is right and you decided that alone is right. But when you took pains to see from other perspectives, you found them also to be right. Beware of expecting others to see what you see. See, that is the learning from this, important learning from this. Each one saw different things as right. Actually, all of them are right. So in the same manner, we should be beware of expecting others to see what we see. What a teacher is able to see, a student may not be able to see. And what a student is able to see, the teacher is not able to see. Unless one puts in effort, unless one develops that empathy to put myself into the shoes of the student and then see it, then I will have a better picture, a bigger picture. Understand your unique window on the world. Each one of us has a window on the world. I look at the world through my window. You look at the world through your window. That is why when something is happening on the road, I go and see it and give a report. Sunil goes and sees and he gives another report. Raja goes and sees that is another report. Because each one has a different perspective. Your view is subjective, partial, and likely to be distorted. It's a very harsh statement, but it is true. Our views are subjective, partial, and likely to be distorted because of the past experience. I remember this happened long years ago in 1971. My first organization, when I went to work, my immediate boss told me that his boss, who was his top boss, had a prejudice about me and hence I should be careful. Then I told him, your boss, that is our top boss, has not seen me. He doesn't know me. So how can he have a prejudice about me? No, it is not about knowing and all. He has a prejudice about you. So you be careful in your own interest. I said, I will do that. But if you tell me the reason why there is a prejudice, I can be more creative in tackling him, dealing with him. Somehow at that young age, I was bold enough to tell him that. Then he said, see, it is very interesting. There was a person by name Sharma in this department. He was a very, very difficult person to deal with. He made the life of my boss really miserable and he did not have sleeps many nights because of him. And fortunately, about 3 months ago, he submitted his resignation and a month ago, he got relieved. So last 1 month, my boss is having peace of mind. Last week, a memo was received from the personnel. 5 minutes, I should. Oh. A memo was received from the personal department. Today, what we call HR was those days called personal department, saying that another Sharma is joining your department. The moment he saw the note, his BP went up. He called me and shouted, "What is this personal department is taking vengeance on me by sending one Sharma after the other? Why can't they send somebody else?" See, because a person with the name Sharma made his life miserable, he got scared. The very name Sharma became a nightmare for him. So I was very careful with him, and after 3 weeks, my top boss realized that a person with a surname Sharma can also be a good person, and we became very good friends. And it was actually a government organization. He got so pleased with me that on confirmation, he gave me 5 extra increments, which is really not possible in a government organization. Because he felt so pleased with me, with my work and my nature and all that. Maybe the earlier Sharma had contributed because he had seen one Sharma of one extreme and the other Sharma. So this is the extent we get prejudiced unknowingly. Opinions are not right or wrong. They are only points of view. See, let us not see that this is a laptop computer, is a fact. This laptop computer is good is one opinion, not good is another opinion. Opinions are not right or wrong, they are only points of view. Beware of making assumptions about people's intentions. See, this many times happens to teachers and many people. A student might have misbehaved. So the misbehavior of the student gets registered in the teacher's mind. Then another student comes who also has some similar characteristics as the earlier student who misbehaved. And she jumps to the conclusion, this boy also should be like the other boy. And this has caused a lot of harm to many students. I can narrate a real life incident to explain this, but I think we need to close it. We will continue that in the afternoon. Shall I close now? Yeah. So friends, here as well as in the centers, we will assemble at what time? 2:30? Or
2:15, sir. You have to sit up in another studio.
Oh.
Not this studio. After lunch, we will go and sit in the mini studio.
Okay.
So you need 15 to 20 minutes.
So excuse me, friends at the different centers. We will assemble again at 2:15. 2:15. 2:15 to 2:30 it may happen. Yeah, but we will try to start at 2:15 itself. I have some very interesting slides to present, very humorous, and at the same time they drive home very point. So don't miss it. Please be in your seats at 2:15. We will try to start sharp at 2:15. Thank you very much. Have a good lunch. Thank you.
Thanks for watching. ठीक है, इसे चला
ଆପଣ ସାର୍ ଆସିବେ ଏଠିକି 6 ନମ୍ବର ରୁମ୍। ଡିସକନେକ୍ଟ ହେଇଯାଇଛି। ଦେଖିବା ଆଉ କଣ କରିବା।
ସେମାନେ ଆସିଲେ ଷ୍ଟାର୍ଟ କରି ତାଙ୍କ କମ୍ପ୍ୟୁଟର ଏଇଟା ଦେଖିବ ଏ ଯୋଉ କମ୍ପ୍ୟୁଟର ଆପଣ ଦେଖୁଛନ୍ତି ଯୋଉ ଡେସ୍କଟପ୍ ସ୍କ୍ରିନଟା ତାଙ୍କର ନା ଆମ କମ୍ପ୍ୟୁଟର ଦେଖେଇ ଦଉଛି ଏଇଟା ଆମର এইটা হচ্ছে আমার এটা হচ্ছে তার ହେଲା ଡେସ୍କଟପ୍ ଟା ଆପଣ ଦେଖୁଛନ୍ତି সেটা চালুছে এবং সেটা বন্ধ হয়ে গেছে
सर एक वो वाला चलाना, अच्छा ये चला वो चलाना है अपने को, ट्रायल है कल प्रकाश जावड़ेकर का वो है हैकाथन। जी जी, तो प्रिंसिपल सर भी आ रहे हैं। बिल्कुल, तो उसका
मनोज जी,
हाँ मनोज जी
स्क्रीन पे एक बार चलाओ तो।
मनोज जी वो अपना चलाओ हैकाथन फेसबुक वाला ट्रायल है ना, पेपर ले आएंगे।
हाँ ये चल रहा है सब, बस आवाज नहीं आ रही।
Be clear.
यार शशि के नंबर है क्या? संतोष कुमार मार दो सर, मार दो यहाँ। हल गई। एक और अपने को तुम देख रहे हैं, एक और आ गया हमारे पास। एक यूपी का बंदा आएगा, बेहोर की जगह पे एक और आकर पूछो कौन यूपी को गया पर। यूपी का कौन है? आगरा डिस्ट्रिक्ट को है चूरा, अब आया है इलेक्ट्रिकल डिपार्टमेंट। अच्छा, सेलेक्ट कर रहे हैं क्या? कर लिया। अच्छा, इलेक्ट्रिकल में निकली थी वो। मैंने कर लिया, बेहोर की जगह। चलो मैं यूपी का हमारा ये नहीं है क्या? हाँ भाई महाराज, आपका ये यार नाम लिख दो और साइन कर दो। जो भाई आप बंदे ऐसे मिले, कहना मान गए, नहीं तो एक ने भी नाम नहीं लिखा गया देने। अच्छा, मोबाइल के लिए नाम नहीं कंट्रोलर। मैंने गलत कर दिया यार, साइन ओरिजिनल कर दिया। अरे यार सही तो कर दिया। कॉलेज वाले साइन अलग रखा करो।
JEM निटर वाले खुद नहीं आए अभी तक देखिए है ही नहीं गवर्नमेंट पॉलिटेक्निक देहरादून ये देख देख बहन कैसी बड़ी अच्छी है ये देखिए जैन गवर्नमेंट पॉलिटेक्निक देहरादून
स्पीकर स्पीकर है
Okay, sir.
Very good.
We can connect this.
सर यस सर
ये प्रॉब्लम होगा.
May I start?
इससे चल जाएगा सर लीजिएगा
Switched off from there, from the laptop.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, sir is giving. Okay, now we can do what do you want, sir?
Little if we can just watch this and we can keep it here. It's not full center.
टेबल है कैमरा की नहीं
Go there. आप ही हो ना जानते हैं और का सिस्टम कर ली जो एडिटिंग सिस्टम है
Camera situation is not for this. What was secretary? Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, friends. The forenoon end, I told that on the point, beware of making assumptions about people's intentions. I will present two interesting slides. I will present it now. Am I audible at the different centers? Because we have shifted the venue from one room to
Voice
another.
is very low and we are not able to see you.
Oh. You are able to hear me?
Very low voice.
Oh.
There is no volume in the.
I see. Thank you for the feedback. We will set it right.
ये लेवल ना इंक्रीज कर दो ग्रीन जो है ना फुल कर दो
ये तो फुल किया
कंट्रोल सिस्टम कंट्रोल माइनस वन ये जो है ना 26 के नीचे
26 के नीचे
इसको फुल कर दो ग्रीन को खींच लीजिए
No. Hello. Now is it okay?
Yes, sir. It is okay, but we are not able to see you.
Okay.
रीलोड करना पड़ेगा अपना विंडो
सर मैम आप अपना विंडो एक बार रीलोड कर लीजिए
एक्सक्यूज मी मैम,
हाँ जी, हाँ जी।
आप एक बार रिलोड कर लीजिए अपने
हमें भी नहीं दिखाई दे रहा है ये आपका वीडियो। उदयपुर से बोल रहा हूँ सर, हमें विजिबल नहीं है सर।
हाँ जी, हाँ जी, हाँ जी सर, आप एक बार फिर से रिलोड कर लीजिए। इस पे ही राइट क्लिक करके, इस स्क्रीन पे राइट क्लिक करके आप रिलोड कर लीजिए एक बार फिर से।
Okay, now you are visible.
Okay. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I was about to say that it doesn't matter even if I am not visible. If you hear me, it is good enough because I don't look that great.
No, sir, you are very handsome.
Thank you. Thank you. Now about the point, don't. I will assume it is appreciation because it suits me. That slide. No?
Yeah, which one?
The pig and the bit. See, on the point that we are discussing in the context of the cube, the circle and the cube, well, one point we discussed was beware of making assumptions about people's intentions. Because of a past prejudice about one student, because of some past experience with another student, we look at another new student with the same prejudice. And I will narrate some real life experiences. But before that, one interesting episode I will present here. It is appearing on the slide. You are able to see the slide, I hope. The title is The Pig and the Bitch. Mohan was driving, it is an episode. Mohan was driving fast on an upcountry road, and as he was approaching the curve to the left, there appeared a red Maruti Alto. It had come too suddenly out of the curve, and he noticed that it was in trouble. The driver seemed to have lost control. The small car first appeared on the left, and in the split of a second, it swerved to the right to be tossed again to the left towards him. He brought his left tires down onto the mud beyond the tar surface to avoid being hit by the Maruti. When he noticed that the driver was a lady, as the car drew near him, she put her bobcat head out. Her face looked terrible, and she shrieked a lipstick-coated word, pig. See, there is no mistake on the part of Mohan, isn't it? And the Maruti Alto had really lost control. It was going to the left, right, and all. And to avoid being hit by the Maruti Alto, Mohan went beyond the tar surface to the mud and stopped the vehicle so that it is not hit. But even then, the lady driver called him pig. The question is, why did the lady shriek at Mohan? Mohan thought in response to the shout. He could not take abuses like that without reacting in like manner. Made of sterner stuff, he always believed that things like that should be paid back with interest. Before the Maruti Alto passed by, he in turn put his head out and with a terrible expression on his face shouted bitch before she was not too far to hear. Why did Mohan shout at the lady driver? And it also says he had a satisfaction, because generally it happens when somebody abuses you, and if you are able to give him back properly, you have a satisfaction. And if you get that idea only a little later, you regret, oh, this idea I should have got at the time. So here it was perfect, it was spontaneous, and he was very happy. Then let us see what happened. Mohan felt a sort of satisfaction at having given the lady what she richly deserved. It was in equal measure and equally spontaneous. By the time he took his head in and brought the left tires on the tar surface, he was already at the curve. As he turned the wheel sharp to the left and was negotiating the curve, he hit a huge pig with the left of the bumper. The pig fell and the car's left wheel jumped with a thud, and the hind left wheel followed to do the same. The pig squealed, and as Mohan's ears were pierced by it, he remembered the bob-cut-haired, lipstick-coated lady and the expression on her face. Why did not Mohan receive the warning communication in its right sense? Huh? Isn't it? I hope the story is clear. One reason is Mohan perhaps had an experience with a bob-cut-haired, lipstick-coated lady driver, very arrogant and all. So he had come to the conclusion, when a person looks like that, she must be arrogant. See, there was not enough time for that poor lady to tell him that there is a huge pig behind. That is why I was struggling like this, and you take care and all. So she gave a communication, simple communication, pig. So we hear what we want to hear, and we see what we want to see. So if only we have the right attitude towards people, no, without prejudice, with an open mind, if you look at people, this warning communication he would have definitely got. So any center would like to respond to this? Any center?
I think the events happened very fast.
So
this was the most logical conclusion he could have drawn out.
Yes, yes. So we have to give the benefit of doubt to Mohan. Perhaps if we were there, we also might have behaved in that manner. What you said is right, I agree with you. But the thing is, our minds are conditioned in that manner. That is why we tend to think even now that Mohan's response only is natural. Am I right? But when we cross that stage and go into the next level, where we are able to look at people with an open mind, hear whatever we hear with an open mind, we are likely to get the right communication. Of course, this is an extreme case, a tough case, but other situations also, which are not, then also we act in this same manner. Some center appeared. Yeah, any center would like to respond to this?
TTC Jodhpur.
TTC Jodhpur, yes, please. TTC Jodhpur, yes, please.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. You enjoyed the story, The Pig and the Bitch?
Yes, sir. We thoroughly enjoyed it. And one of our colleagues is saying that Mohan lacked emotional intelligence at that time.
Beautiful point, yes. In fact, whatever I was trying to explain to a participant here, she put it aptly, very shortly in two words, emotional intelligence. It was the lack of emotional intelligence. In fact, whatever we are discussing in this context is the emotional intelligence. So if a person has that emotional intelligence, he'll be able to do that. Yes, good. Now, yes, please. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. Okay. Now I will cite a school incident. This happened quite some time ago. My son was in class 6 or 7, and he was a good student in the sense he was always coming within the first 4 rank in the class, and a very quiet, polite boy. The school reopened, and within a week or 2, he started showing resistance to go to school when he was in class 6. Many times what would happen is, the middle of the school day, an ayah from the school will bring him home saying that he is having stomachache or he is having headache, etc. Then I realized it is not stomachache or headache, some other problem. Then he started refusing to go to school, giving some health reason or no reason. So at that time, I told the elders in the family and my wife and all, I will handle this situation, none else should interfere. So I started doing like this. Every morning, this was our schedule. I used to teach him mathematics and my wife used to teach him other subjects. So morning I will teach mathematics for him for half an hour, 1 hour. And then we will take baths together, get ready together. And I will drop him in the school and go to my office. That was my schedule. It was at Chennai. So in the same manner, the next day, all we did. And when we were about to get dressed up to go to office and school, he said, I am not. When I asked him to wear the uniform, he said, I am not going to school. Then I told him, If you say that you are not going to school, I will not ask you to go to school. But you have to tell me one thing. Shall I go to office, or you want me also to be at home? Then he said, you also don't go to office, you be at home. The reason was obvious, because if I am there at home, I will shield him. If I am gone, the other elders and all in the house will start questioning him why you have not gone to school. Then I told him, I will not go to office today. I telephoned to my office and said that I have an important, urgent domestic work. I am taking leave today. So I spent the whole day with him, playing, studying, etc. And without referring to he is not going to school, I generally told him why there are schools and why children are sent to school to study, and how millions of children are not able to study because their parents cannot afford it, and how fortunate he is to be in a position that his parents are able to send him to school, etc. and all, and how much there to enjoy in this world. And without education, we cannot have that enjoyment, and all that I used to tell him without referring to he's not going to school. Then the second day also, after we mathematics getting ready and breakfast and all that, when I asked him, are you going to school today? He said, no, I'm not going. Shall I go to office? No, you don't go to office. So again, I called my office. I'm taking leave today. There's an urgent domestic work. And the whole day I spent like this. Then on the third day morning, after we were about ready to leave, when I asked him, shall we get ready and go to school and office? He said, I'm not going to school today, but tomorrow onwards I will go to school. Today you may go to office. Then I consulted the elders in the house, and I took an assurance from them that they will not tease him or scold him. Only then I am going to office, otherwise I would also take leave that day. They assured me. I went to office and came back. In the meantime, I made some inquiries. Why this boy who was studying so well suddenly is refusing to go to school? Then I understood there was a new teacher for a particular subject, and on the first day she met him, she got a prejudice about him. She asked him something and he answered in an innocent manner. Probably she mistook him, and as a result, every class she was trying to pull him up and accuse him, scold him and all that, and he tried his best to meet her expectations, to win her affection, but he failed. The moment he failed, he started refusing to go to school. So I went to the headmistress and told her that I'll be very grateful if she could shift my son to a section where that teacher doesn't come. Then she said, it is not fair. Already there are complaints about that teacher. It is not fair to shift your son. I will shift that teacher from your son's section. And thereafter, he studied well and scored high marks, got rank and all that. When I think about it, I tend to think that suppose, like many ordinary parents, I had pushed him to go to school, saying that nothing doing, I don't know what would have happened to him. In that scare of me facing the teacher, he might have even run away from the house. It has happened in a few cases. So why did this happen? It is because of that prejudice. It is exactly like this Mohan's case. But Mohan, at least there is a benefit of doubt, the situation. But this is what has happened. And this many times the past influences us. And we are looking at the present. Excuse me. That pen drive, Kingston.
Yes, sir. TTs?
Not TT, NRSA. NR. Yeah. Okay, I will take it now. Oh, there's no signal. Sorry. Thank you. How our past past experiences and interferes with the present. See, from experience, we have to learn principles, but we need to also remember that the situation today is very different from the situation that was when we underwent an experience. So unlearning becomes important in such cases. So always we should not see the present from the prism of a past experience. And this is an example. This is taken from a book by Swami Sukhabodhananda. How one's past starts interfering with the present experience. Reflect on this. A passenger tapped the cab driver to ask a question. The cab driver lost control of the cab, nearly hit another car, missed another truck, went off the road into a curb, and stopped inches from a shop. For a minute, there was silence. "You scared me to death," the driver screamed. Was there a need for the driver to get so alarmed? Isn't it? He gently tapped the back, which you often do, to ask a driver a question. And he gently tapped, and for that, all that he did, he was about to hit another vehicle even, or go into another shop. So and also he said, "You scared me to death." The passenger apologized and said, "I did not know that gently tapping your back could create such a panic." The driver replied, "Sorry, it is not your mistake. Today is my first day as a cab driver. For the last 10 years, I have been ferrying dead bodies in a van." Yeah. Can you see how his past shaped the present? Because 10 years he was ferrying dead bodies. Naturally, if a dead body gets up and taps his back, there is every reason for him to get scared. So when we go into a new situation, we need to remind ourselves that this is a different situation. This is all. And the last point in that the learning of the cube is seek to understand rather than to change others. This is very, very relevant, particularly in the context of teachers. We are always in a hurry to change the other person. First, we need to understand the other person, and only then we should think about changing that person. And many times, when we understand the other person, we will realize that there is no need to change the other person. I need to change my approach to him. This I learned in a very hard way in my long career with an engineering company. I had a good time with all my top bosses, except for the period 1985 to 89. I still remember that was the worst part of my career. I had a very difficult time with my boss. And whenever I had a difficult time, some of my friends, colleagues used to tell me, "The fault is not yours. He is such a person. There are some defects in him. He is not a professional manager," whereas all the earlier people were professional managers and you had a great time. So I was also thinking, he is bad, I am good, and that is why I am not able to manage him. But later, after reading a few books, I understood and a doubt arose in my mind. At the same time, a few of my fellow managers were having a good time with him. So I asked me this question: if they can have a good time with him, why am I not? Why they are able to deal with him, why I am not able to deal with? Then I realized the biggest mistake I committed. I was dealing with him in the same manner in which I was dealing with his predecessor. His predecessor was a very different type of a person, and our wavelength also was matching. So when the person changed, when the boss changed, I also needed to remind myself, he is a new person, let me understand and deal with him. And I did not adapt that. And 4 years I suffered, and then I learned this lesson. We will now go to the next activity, and this is also an answer to a question that came up this forenoon from a school on how to deal with students when their behavior is not acceptable. Excuse me. This morning I was telling the door I have to. That is possible. Yes. Yeah. Okay. First I will explain. Now, friends at different centers, I would request you to watch me doing something very carefully. Only then the discussion will be fruitful. Till now, you are doing some activities, and based on your experience, we are discussing. The next activity is slightly different. I am going to do an activity. I am going to do a little bit of an acting. And it is for a very short duration, just 1 minute. And I am a very poor actor. So unless you observe me carefully, you will not understand what I intend to convey by my acting. I am not a great actor. So I request you to observe me carefully. And this acting I'll be doing at a door. So now the camera will be focused towards the door. I request all of you to observe me carefully, and then I will ask questions. After this.
So instead you can use that door. Sir, who camera? What are you doing? You can consider.
You want natural expression. You want natural
expression. The acting starts now.
Sir, you wanted to show you are waiting
And looking at
so that you can do here also. No problem.
Because there was no light.
There is no light. So better is light.
Was it visible? No.
Especially we have
It's not on the screen.
any light.
Way down there.
So you can here also you can do. You can see like this and then come and
Presume this is a
door. This is I think much
So
better.
better we can do this. With this lighting.
No problem. Anywhere you
Actually,
can.
the message I want to convey is somebody has to come from outside.
Yeah,
So I'm waiting at the
Okay,
door.
okay. If I am here, I am waiting for यहाँ देखा इधर आके इस देखा ये मूवमेंट की then again
Yeah.
You can act here also.
You look like a real professional film.
He's an artist.
He is a good artist.
Yeah.
I spent a reason.
So shall I start?
Yeah. Now, okay. Yes.
Oh, yeah. Maybe you can.
Shadow is coming in this. No?
उनको समझ में आ गया होगा. I think that people are watching from this.
So we will connect to the centers.
This way you can call it.
Yes. Now, excuse me. Next is it possible to focus on the board? I will be writing their answers. Yeah, that's good. Oh.
So how do you?
Okay.
TV2?
Yes, yes.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
I have written a question on the board. I don't know whether you are able to read it. I will read it out. What was I doing?
Sir, first of all, we appreciate your acting.
Thank you.
And it looks like that you are waiting outside an operation theater, something?
Yeah, I was waiting outside.
An operation theater?
Oh, operation theater. Okay, very good. So I will write down one comment was waiting outside the operation theater. Similarly, your colleagues also may say what there could be different opinions, you know.
They were saying that outside the interview room.
Sorry?
Outside the room of an interviewer.
Outside the room of an interviewer. Okay. Outside interview room. Yes. Then any other?
Waiting for your turn.
Huh?
Yeah.
Waiting for?
Waiting for a guest to receive someone.
Waiting for?
To receive someone. To receive a guest.
Waiting for a guest. Okay. Then you may
solve it.
Probably. Yes, please. Yes.
Only 3 options are here.
Okay, very good. We can take it to some other center. We can ask them also. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. I want to say something.
Please, please.
You are waiting for your relative who is late in coming home.
Okay. Waiting for a family member who is late or in returning home. Yes. Waiting for a family member. Late home. Okay. Then any other observation? Any of your colleagues would like to say?
One more feedback was there that you are looking very tensed.
Tensed. Very good. Yeah, there's a better pen than tensed.
Tensed and feeling anxiety.
Tensed then anxiety. Very good. Then
Impatient.
Impatient. Okay. Now it is an opportunity. Whatever you would like to say about me, now you can say. Later you may not get the opportunity.
So you are very worried.
Sorry, very?
You are very worried.
Worried, yes, yes. Worried.
Nervous.
Impatient, worried, yes.
Nervous.
Good. Then
Impatient.
impatient is already written. Impatient, yes. Then thank you very much. Any other center we can ask? Any other center? Vidya Bhavan Polytechnic. I hope you saw my acting. So what did you? What was I doing?
Maybe you are waiting for a call.
Waiting for?
Waiting for a call.
Waiting for a call.
Or it may be end of office timing.
Waiting for a call. Yes. Then.
Maybe a ending of office timing, so you are waiting for ending of office timing, so you can move out.
Okay. Office time is over, so waiting for a cab to pick me up. Okay. Any of your colleagues would like to say anything? Yes.
Yes, sir.
So you are eagerly waiting outside the washroom.
Waiting outside the washroom.
Waiting for your wife.
Waiting for my wife.
Oh no.
There's a synergy between both washroom and wife. Okay. Now, I will put now a different question. Perhaps we can go to some other center and give an opportunity. What did you see? Now another question. The earlier the question was what was I doing? A few centers and the participants here have responded to that. Now I am rewording the question. What did you see? You can connect me to some center. Which college?
You are doing acting.
Yeah, I was doing acting, which I had declared already. But in that acting, what did you see?
You are rotating the hands and moving.
Very good, very good, very good. I was squeezing my hands and rotating. Yes, squeezing my hands. Yes. Then. Yes. Sorry. Sorry.
इनको ले लीजिए गवर्नमेंट पॉलिटेक्निक देहरादून.
Government Polytechnic Dehradun. What did you see?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You are afraid of entering your boss cabin to give him leave application.
Sorry. What?
You are afraid of entering your boss cabin to give him your leave application.
You want to go on holidays and you are giving your boss the application for leave.
Oh, I see. Okay, okay. Waiting to see boss. See boss with leave application. I hope not resignation letter. Okay. Then see, what did you see? One response came. I was squeezing my hands up. Squeezing my hands. Similar answers. Sorry. Yes. Gate Berampur. Yes, please.
Yes, sir. You are repeatedly monitoring the watch as if we are waiting for somebody in a worry.
I looked at the wristwatch. Good. Looked at the wristwatch. Yes. Then any other similar statement? Looked at the wristwatch. Any other similar statement? Maybe your colleagues also can say.
Moving to and fro.
Sorry?
Moving to and fro near the door, getting inside, getting outside the door.
Yeah, yeah. I walked up and down. Walked up and down. Yes. Walked up and down. Yes. Similarly, any other thing I did? Yeah, yes. Yes.
Okay, it's over, sir, from outside.
It's over. Any other center? Okay. Jaipur Institute of Technology. What did you see? I hope you saw my acting. And what did you see?
Sir, I have seen your acting. It is very good. And I think you just see your watch and waiting some cab to go somewhere.
Okay. Okay. We're waiting to go somewhere. Good.
Saw the watch.
Waiting to go somewhere. Somewhere. Saw the wristwatch is already there. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
Again, you saw the watch.
Anything else you saw?
It's hello.
Yes. Yes.
It is your habit of seeing watch, but you are actually passing time. Actually.
I was passing time. Okay. Now, thank you very much. I will now put another question. See, what was I doing? The answer to that question should have been this. I was squeezing my hands. I looked at the wristwatch. I walked up and down. I peeped outside, looked left and right. That is what I was doing. What I was doing, the answers cannot be, Anxiety, worried, nervous, impatient, tense, etc. All these cannot be, isn't it? Suppose there was a 7-year-old boy here and I had put this question, his answers would have been very simple. You walked up and down, you squeezed your hands, you looked to the left and right, you looked at the wristwatch a few times. Am I right? And when I could not elicit the right answers, I reworded the question. What did you see? What was I doing? These should have been the answers. Because that question did not elicit the right answers, I reworded the question, what did you see? Even then, this type of answers only were coming. How many? Around 15 such answers. Passing time, waiting to go out, waiting to give leave application, waiting outside operation theater, washroom, wife, etc., etc. Now, suppose I want to, if I want, I can dispute with you, fight with you, argue with you for these statements. How can you say that I am waiting to give my leave application? How can you say I am tensed? I never get tensed. And because you told me I was tensed, now I will get tensed. How can you say I am impatient? I am never impatient, you ask my friends. And because you called me impatient, now I will lose my patience. Whether... Sorry?
Your mind is not registering the time.
Registering the time. Yeah, all these are observations. Okay. Now, what I am saying is, for all these statements, I can dispute. Whether I am right or not is a different question. I can dispute. Am I right? Whereas these statements, I cannot dispute. I squeezed my hands. I looked at the wristwatch a few times. I walked up and down. I looked to the left and right. So, what is the difference between these statements and what with this? Or what are these statements and what are these statements? Yes.
Observations and inferences.
One is observation and another is inference. Okay. Similarly, I would like you to use other words. One is objective and another is subjective. Very good. Any other?
Also based on the experiences.
One is based on your experience. Your judgment based on the experiences. Sorry?
Observation. One is observation and other is judgment.
Yeah. One is observation and another is judgment. We will ask the centers also to respond. What is the difference between these two types of statements? Which center would like to respond so that we can, that's what you said, you know. Whichever center would like to respond to my question, what are these statements and what are the other statements? You know, there are two sets of statements.
Hello?
Yes, please. Yes.
First thing, the answer is inferencing the things, and second is the actual what we are doing is.
Yeah, the second one is what you saw actually, and the first one is?
Inferences.
Inference, yes. Okay. Similarly, any of your colleagues would like to use any other words to describe these two sets of statements? The first set and the second set?
One is what I saw, the other is what I thought.
Yeah, the first is what you saw and the second is what you thought I was doing. Yes, very good inference.
One is observation,
yes, please.
another is interpretation. One is observation, another is interpretation.
Beautiful. One is observation and another is interpretation. So shall I say one is evaluation and another is description. The first set of statements, which is the largest in number, are your evaluation of what you saw. Your evaluation of what I was doing. And the second one is a description of what we are doing. Now, this is where the problem lies in dealing with behavior which is not unacceptable. We adults generally have a tendency, whether we are teachers or parents or managers, we have a tendency to always evaluate the action of the other person instead of simply describing. I will give an example like this. Your good name, please?
Himi. Himi.
Spelling?
Himi. H-I-M-I.
Yes. Now, one of the participants attending here is Himi. I will tell a story. It is just imagination. Please forgive me. Himi has a maid servant. She came 2 hours late this morning. She was 3 hours late yesterday morning and around 3 hours late the day before yesterday as well. And today is the 17th. So 15, 16, 17, continuously she has been coming late. So Himi did not say on the 15th, that is on Sunday, On Monday also, when she came late, she did not say anything. Today, with a bottled up anger, the moment the maidservant entered, Himi shouted, "You are always coming late." The moment Himi said that, the maidservant also shouted back, "You always talk only like this." Then Himi asked, "What did they talk? When did they talk like that?" What? "No, 2 months ago you said like this." And then there is a big argument between Himi and the maidservant, which went on for 20 minutes, after which both Himi and the maidservant forgot where the fight started. Okay, as it happens sometimes in the fights. Now, I asked, in fact, it was me who had recommended that maidservant to Himi. So Himi complained to me, and I asked the maidservant, "Why did you shout at the ma'am like that? After all, you are late not 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. You have gone 3 hours late one day, 3 hours late another day, and 2 hours late, and that too consecutively. So don't you think there was a reason for her to get angry, and should you have shouted back like that?" Then she tells me, "Sir, today is 17th of January. I started working for Madam Himi right from July 2016. Entire July, I was not late for a single day. August, not late for a single day. September, October, November, December, 6 months. And even in January, till the 14th of January, I was never late. But 3 days I have gone late consecutively, and I have never taken leave. Just because I have taken leave, gone late 3 days consecutively, how can she say that I am always late?" Then I asked Himi, this is what she is telling. Then I told Himi, "Why don't you ask her, why did she come late? Let us forget." Then she asked, and the reply that the maidservant gave, Himi was shocked. The maidservant said, "On Saturday evening, my husband met with an accident and he got hospitalized. So all these 3 days from Sunday onwards, I've been coming to your house for work from hospital, and I am going back to hospital." Immediately, Himi is on a different platform. "Oh, your husband is hospitalized and he met with an accident, and still you are coming for work. This you never told me. You could have taken leave. I would have easily granted you leave. Now you tell me, what can I do? How is your husband now?" And she's in a different position. Now, let us go back to what happened. Suppose Himi had simply told the maidservant, "You were late 3 hours on Sunday, 3 hours late on Monday, and again 2 hours late today, Tuesday." Immediately, the maidservant would have said, "Yes, ma'am, you are right. I have been late all these 3 days. It is because my husband met with an accident on Saturday evening." So when we describe the behavior of the other person, we are keeping the communication channel open. The moment we make an evaluation, the other person goes to defense. Because when you make a description, the other person cannot dispute. The maidservant cannot dispute. I took the case of maidservant as an example. It could be for students, and just for fun, I took that. So when you make a description, the other person who has misbehaved first accepts that what you said is right. And as a result, the communication channel is open, number one. And number two, you are giving opportunity to the other person to explain the cause of his behavior, which you may be able to appreciate, as it's happened in the case of Hima. Right or wrong? Now, centers also can respond. In the meantime, you can respond about what I said now.
First impression is not last impression.
First impression?
Is not last impression.
In the sense, I didn't get your point.
Opinion changes.
Huh?
Opinion changes after the finding the reality.
Exactly. So when the reality is not known, there was anger and all. That is why we use the word misunderstanding between people. When two people are fighting, we always say misunderstanding. It is true. When the facts are understood, there is no dispute at all in most cases. Because people basically are good, their intentions are good. You're connecting me to, or any center would like to respond to this? Some center is appearing?
TTC Jodhpur.
TTC Jodhpur. I'm saying that when you describe the behavior of the other person is likely to accept what you are saying, and as a result, you will be able to communicate further. What do you say?
Right, sir. Sir, I would like to quote E.M. Foster's few lines.
Beautiful.
One must be fond of people and trust them. One is not to make a mess of life. I repeat, sir.
Yeah.
Of people and trust them if one is not to make a mess life.
Beautiful, yes. So if you trust people, we will not make a mess out of life, yes. So we need to trust the other person. And this is a very beautiful point, because only when you trust the other person, one will have the magnanimity to describe the behavior instead of doing the evaluation. Now I will give a few sets of sentences. This is to understand the difference between evaluations and descriptions. It is only the beginning. There is a process. First, we need to understand the difference between evaluations and descriptions so that we can, to the participants here, I am distributing the sheets. For you, I will present the Word document on the screen. Please wait a second. This one is the evaluations and descriptions.
These you can close this, no need.
No, that will be required later. This is not required.
Cube learning is also not required.
No, okay, not required. Here, it is
which one?
Evaluations and descriptions. Here it is there. Yes, thank you. We can push it to the maximum up. Okay. Yes, thank you. So I will now read, we will read together. Evaluations and descriptions. Now that you have understood the difference between evaluations that send people into a defense and descriptions that help people see their behavior, it will be worthwhile to see whether we can see the differences in the following statements. 1. Mohan sleeps in the class, putting his head down on the desk, and his immediate neighbor is playing with a thread that is straight pushed into the nose of Mohan. Now there is a box after each sentence. If it is a description, you can write D. If it is an evaluation, you can write he. That is those who got the paper. Others can just note in a paper D or E. Now you can say whether it is a description or an evaluation. Probably any center which would like to respond to this can get connected. The first statement, I hope you heard me reading, and it is appearing on the screen as well. Mohan sleeps in the class, putting his head down on the desk, and his immediate neighbor is playing with a thread that is straight pushed into the nose of Mohan. Is it an evaluation or a description?
Description, sir.
Beautiful. It is a description. It is a very difficult description. It is easy to say the boy is playing mischief. Now this is a description. Okay. The second one, the exercises completed by the first pre-university second batch are extremely good. Is it an evaluation or a description? The center is responding.
Evaluation.
It is an evaluation. Though it is a positive one, it is an evaluation. Our college is highly appreciated by all the parents, and that is why there is a big demand for admissions.
It is an evaluation.
Evaluation. Though it is a positive one. The first BA is the most stupid class, for they can never understand anything that we teach, and I am afraid we will have poor results this year.
Negative evaluation.
Evaluation. It is an evaluation, adverse evaluation. 22 out of 38 students submitted their assignments yesterday, and I completed correcting them last night itself. Description, yes. This is the last month, and most of them are not interested, and hence the class is almost empty. Evaluation. 6 students met the principal and told him that they would boycott the examinations as a protest against their teachers. Description. Because here no statement is made in favor of either the students or the teachers. It is only a fact. 6 students met the principal, told him that they would boycott the examinations as a protest against their teachers. A large number of students who are admitted to the BA classes are either lazy or they are not capable. Evaluation. Good. 9. A group of students were raising slogans against their union president as they walked along the corridor. Description. Very good.
Sir, can you please scroll down the slide?
Oh, yeah. Sorry. I am reading 9 now. A group of students were raising slogans against their union president as they walked along the corridor. Description.
Description.
10. The boys in our college are very indecent and they insult our girl students very often.
Evaluation.
Evaluation. Okay. Now the task is, I will scroll down. Please write a description of a particular behavior or conduct of your students, colleagues, children, or neighbors, or vendors, or taxi or auto rickshaw drivers that had irritated you. Now you try to recollect an incident that happened in your life when somebody misbehaved and irritated you. It could be anyone, either your son or daughter or a student or your spouse or auto rickshaw driver or vendor, anybody. And at that time, you might have shouted or spoken angrily. Suppose you have to make a description statement. How would you do it? You may write. Writing is for the purpose of recollecting. You can also speak about that. You recollect an incident where somebody misbehaved and you also reacted rather violently in words. Now, if you were to describe instead of evaluating, how would you do it? Any center which is interested in responding to this question, please get connected. Or in the meantime, I will hear a participant, a physical participant here. Yes, please. Yeah, anyone would like to say?
So a descriptive sentence.
Yeah.
So I can say a taxi man took an extra long route and I had to pay 150 rupees extra.
That is okay, but that is you are describing to me. Now to the taxi driver, you might have spoken angrily at the time. Yeah. Suppose you were to speak to him in a description as a description statement.
So if I have to speak to him.
Yeah, how would you do that? So that day you spoke angrily. Now that we have learned that we should describe and not evaluate. Yes?
One common example everybody faces in the daily life who has married. Whenever we want to go outside somewhere for some entertainment, and the wife is not ready for half an hour and we are angry. Chalo jaldi bahar jana hai, time ho raha hai, movie chali gayi. That will be a description.
But from your body language and expression, it was not looking like a description. It was an evaluation. See, the very statement, all the wives do like that. This is an evaluation. And your body language, expression, and every time she does like that, it is an evaluation. Description is very simple. We have to be at that function at such and such time. Now it is such and such time. And only if we start at such and such time, we can leave. Therefore, I request you to get ready soon. Can you speak so politely to your wife? That's a problem. But you try this, your wife will get ready soon henceforth. You try this method. From any center you would like to, now you can describe that taxi driver who took a long route.
Taxi man. Bhaiya, ye kitna kilometers hua? How many kilometers have we driven? The bill, the meter shows 700 rupees. Whereas my Google is showing 5 kilometers instead of 7. So, aap bata sakte hain kaise hua?
Yes, beautiful. Then you are giving him an opportunity to explain. Then probably there is a reason. That is what the Google map shows. But today that road is blocked. That is why I took this route. You can inquire with anybody. There is a possibility.
Let's suppose he cheated me.
No, if he has cheated, he has already cheated you. That's a different question. But the thing is, by you are shouting, you are not going to undo the cheating. But by describing, you are giving an opportunity for the other person to explain his stand, number one. And second is, the manner in which you speak, he could change his behavior also. Suppose you say very politely, see, for the first person, after cheating a person and after the person has understood that I have cheated, he is still talking politely. He might say, I am sorry, I will refund the excess money. Yes. Some center is speaking, sorry. Some center. Yes, please. Yes, please speak. I am hearing you. Please.
Sir, we have an evaluation for the auto rickshaw we can say the auto rickshaw drivers always ask for the changes or the change, whatever the fare is. We have that evaluation of them. Secondly, like I can say a description. After demonetization, the auto drivers have fixed the charges in round figures to take the change.
Yeah. See, the first one, the first statement you made is definitely an evaluation. The second one also is not a perfect description. There is an element of evaluation in it, because you are making a general statement. After the demonetization, all the auto rickshaws are behaving in a particular manner. It is a sweeping statement, which may not be liked by the other party. Instead, in a description, it should be very specific. This is what, this is the fare, this is the amount I gave you, and this is the change you have to give back. And suppose he says, I don't have change. Now, there is no way of verifying whether that is true or not. That is not the scope of our discussion. But when you say like that, the discussion can lead to a logical conclusion. See, as far as this case is concerned, the auto rickshaw driver also is not obliged to keep change and give you. Rather, the passenger has to give the change exactly, because the auto rickshaw driver is supposed to be having lesser money than the passenger. Passenger is a richer person. Anyway, that is a different aspect. Let us not go into that. Let us focus only on that. See, I have given you this money. The change balance I am asking is very reasonable, and it is not a very difficult change. You should be having, please check your purse. You may be having, you please give me the change. By saying that, there is a likelihood of the auto rickshaw driver being motivated to give you the change back. Because many times when we speak politely, they do that. In fact, it happened to me one day. It was in Ola or Uber cab. I telephoned and he came and I boarded the cab, and he said, actually today going to that place is very difficult because there is a big traffic jam. But you spoke to me so politely that I could not tell you that you cancel this trip. This is exactly what the driver told me. You spoke to me so politely that I found it very difficult to refuse. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Any other center would like to respond to this?
From Government Polytechnic, Dehradun.
Yes.
So the situation is like in a bus, the students are 3 or 4 students. They are all sitting, and 3 of the teachers, they entered the bus. So the student, they just saw the teachers, but they didn't give any response, or they didn't wish the teachers. An example of evaluation is the teacher murmured, they just speak to themselves like, look at the students, they don't respect, they have not wished us. Apart from giving us seat, they didn't wish us also. This is an example of evaluation. On the other hand, if we describe an example of description is like the students, look at the students. Then one of the teacher, because I only told the student, can you please give us the seat? It would be very good on your part to give us the seat. If you give us the seat, we'll be very thankful to you. This example, maybe the description of evaluation is discussing about the students in between the 3 teachers. That's all, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. I request Kamna to repeat the question. You can come here and speak so that everyone will get it clearly, because the audition was.
If I understood or heard correctly, it's a situation where somebody has gone on a bus and they want the seats, but there are students sitting there. So an evaluation would be to say, look at the students, they're so impertinent, they are sitting. Whereas a descriptive would be to straight say, you are seated, it would be very nice of you if these seats could be given to us. So I think that's the example that she has said.
That's a beautiful example. That's a very beautiful example. Maybe the teacher also can say that when I was a student like you, whenever the teacher came, I used to get up. That was our practice. Today the times have changed, but somehow that behavior looks good, we can say, instead of being very judgmental in that. then the student is likely to be motivated to get up.
She wants to say something.
So please go ahead.
Yeah. So this may be the description. This part is the description. But during the evaluation, the teachers may be speaking, may speak in between themselves. Like, look at the students; they are so ill-mannered. The students have been changed. This part is evaluation in between the teachers about the students.
Yeah. See, that is an evaluation. That is an evaluation that the students are not getting up when we go. It is said that we cannot demand respect. We should command respect. Our relationship with the students should be such that when they see us in the bus, they themselves should get up and give their seats to us. And if they don't do that, instead of blaming the students, it may be better to introspect. But in any case, in the context of examples of evaluation and description, description would be the students were seated whereas the teachers were standing. That is a description. Evaluation would be the students are so impolite that when the teachers were standing, they were still seated. That is an evaluation. Augmentino wrote, "When I am tempted to criticize, I will bite on my tongue. When I am asked to praise, I will shout from the rooftop." So even in the worst provocations, if you could avoid criticizing, we would be very successful in dealing with people. Now I will give an example from my own school days life. It happened when I was in class 8, and there was a boy in class 10. I remember his name also now, Arunachalam. And he was the son of a politician, and he had a group of some 4 or 5 students, and they would be as a group walking behind me in the evening when the school closes and we go home. And both his house and my house was a walking distance from the school. And they would be walking at a distance of about 6 feet behind me and shouting, "Black market, black market." Because my father was a businessman, and particularly those days in Kerala, the communists and all were very prominent. So any businessman generally was described as a black marketer. But my father was a very honest businessman, which many people knew, but he used to call me black market. And I used to feel very bad as a child. So I told my father that he is calling me black market and all his friends are laughing at me. Then my father told me, "Don't worry, tomorrow onwards he will not do that." So I expected that my father might call him and scold him or something. So he told me that today I will stand outside because we are going through one of his offices. I'll be standing outside the office when you pass by, and when you come near our office, you come fast and tell me who is that boy. Tell me what is the color of the shirt he's wearing and all, so I can identify, and then I will take care. So I did the same thing. So he called that boy, "Arunachalam, come." And he was already ready with a handful of chocolates. He gave him chocolates and said, "See, you are like Sharma's elder brother. Sharma is very docile, always frightened, afraid of things. And he doesn't have an elder brother studying in the same school. And both of us are living in the same street. So you consider him as your younger brother and please take care of him." That is all he said. The next day onwards, Arunachalam became my bodyguard. Not only that, he did not shout at me black market anymore. Even if his other friends anytime shouted black market, he would go and thrash them. No, nobody should call Sharma anything. See, this is emotional intelligence. My father did not waste his energy in shouting at the boy or complaining to the boy's father. My father knows the boy's father also. But he did not do all that. A very simple thing, a handful of chocolates he gave and said, "You are his elder brother." And this is the Pygmalion effect. By saying that you are his elder brother, he truly became my elder brother, a caring elder brother. Now, I will present a few sets of sentences. And for break. Break is there.
Yeah, I think.
I see. Okay. So we will break for 10 minutes. and assemble back exactly at 5 minutes to 4. Huh?
It's 3:37 right now.
Oh, 3:37. Eh?
Yeah.
Okay, 3:45 we will assemble.
3:45.
3:45 we will assemble. Thank you very much. Thank you.
सब जगह gossips ही चल रहा है। ये कहाँ के है सर?
इसमें कुछ लिखा नहीं आ रहा।
महाराष्ट्र।
And I understand because I've been through it myself.
So, so welcome back, friends. Am I audible at these centers?
यहाँ से क्लोज कर बहुत ज्यादा हो जाएगा.
The meantime, you may.
This is just 30 or something.
better. Better.
This is by this, but this press can be dragging this given to the participant. This next activity. The next one.
Comparisons already given, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. All of you are having the paper that is appearing on the screen? You are not good. Yeah.
Yeah, please. If you don't mind, give it to all those
Now, welcome back. In the document that is appearing on the screen, there are two sets of sentences, and you have to choose the one you prefer. The first set is, I have told you 100 times not to do calculations in this way. When you do your calculations in this way, even after I have asked you not to use this method, I will not be able to give you marks. You can connect me to some sentence so that they can respond. So, out of these two, which do you prefer? Second one, naturally. What is this? You have used all gaudy colors and spoiled this picture. When you use colors like this, a person like me will not be able to appreciate the picture. Second one. Because gaudy is an opinion. What appears gaudy to me may not be gaudy to another person. So this is also a very realistic statement. A person like me will not be able to appreciate the picture. And it is also not offending. There is a limit for arrogance. How come you repeat the lies? I have seen you with my own eyes talking with the other fellow. When you tell me that you are not talking, while I had seen you talking, it is very difficult for me to believe in what you say. Second one. Yes. You always create this mess. You always create this mess by misplacing books, and I am in trouble. When you do not place the books in their own places, it will be difficult for me to get them when I want. I then will have to spend a lot of time searching for them when I have very little time to do so. Second one. The last set. As usual, you are late. You are late, and this has happened more than once. As a result, every such time, I am put to the difficulty of waiting for you when I have no time to do so, as I am very busy these days. The second one. Only thing is, you would have noticed, the second sentences are long, or there are more number of sentences. One is because we are accustomed to evaluation. Evaluation is easy for us. Description is difficult. As usual, you are late is very easy to say. You are late, and it is not the first time. It has happened more than once. These are all descriptions. And every such time you come late, I am missing my next appointment. But this is a fact. And this is the irony. Evaluation is easy to make, but evaluation is difficult to be understood by the other person. Whereas description may be difficult to make because we are not accustomed to that, but it will be easily understood, seen by the other person. Later on? That is why you chose the second sentences. Yeah. Any center you are connecting me to? Yes, please.
Now, if we keep on pursuing someone so submissively, so politely,
and he's maybe not doing what he is supposed to.
Hmm.
He keep on pursuing like this.
Uh,
Maybe this method is not working with him.
See, the
He
thing
needs to
is,
change the strategy.
yeah, sometimes it may not work, true, but the cause of it not working is not because you are employing the description method. It could be some other reason. See,
Can you
sometimes.
repeat your question on the thing, because others may also have the same question.
Huh.
So I actually
yeah.
have this with my daughter. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you can come.
If you can repeat that question, then everybody will know the question also.
Yes.
I have a situation to share. I mean, if we are always pursuing someone so submissively, so politely, but they are still not responding the way they should be behaving. Say we are talking of somebody being late. If we keep on talking to them in the second way, and they're still doing late and causing harm, so should we still stick to the second, or should we, get more aggressive, put a step down that no, now you have to really get serious about it. I cannot be more polite to you. I have given you enough time. So, I mean, do we need to change strategies? Or
Very good question, yes. Now, the question is, of course, I'm not saying submissive. Polite is okay. You are saying politely. It is not about even submissive or polite. We are doing a description and not an evaluation. Speaking politely is generally good. It will always fetch good results. Not necessarily be submissive. Now, even after saying like that, if the other person doesn't change, should I continue to do this is your question. My question is, all of us have been following the other method all these days. Have we achieved success in that? The evaluation method, by saying you are always late or as usual you are late, have you been able to...
My experience is the other way around.
Which way
I
around?
have been doing the second way always with my daughter, 4-year-old.
Okay, you are very good. I appreciate you for that. And your daughter, there is no change, you are saying? No.
She's a 4-year-old.
See, the 4-year-old, it's very difficult to... Suppose it is some 40-year-old, you say, I can understand. See, 4-year-old may not even understand the language.
What I feel is, if we keep on letting this happen, it may become a way of life for her.
No,
So
it
we
is...
need to tell her what is right.
No, there is a difference. It is not about giving the license to continue to behave like that. It is not that. I am not saying that we should not be assertive. By description also, we are assertive. Yeah. The moment I say that you came late day before yesterday, you came late yesterday, and today also you are late, actually, I am assertive. I am not giving you the license. I am only saying, instead of saying you are always late, I am specifically saying when you are late. In a sense, when you are saying specifically late, there is little room for you to dispute. Now, what happens is, suppose you are committing a mistake and I am making an evaluation statement, and any evaluation, there is an exaggeration. You will pick up that exaggeration point and argue with me, you should not have said like that. See, this is what happens in most cases. Somebody misbehaves, the bosses speaks angrily. Then what happens is, okay, what I did is wrong, but he should not have used such words. The whole discussion is on a different track now. Whereas here, we will be on the same track. And then what happens? The manager has to apologize. Sorry, I should not have said like that. Then the whole case is diluted. Instead, you be assertive. You keep saying the same thing. Then you will command also more respect. The 4-year-old example, I am afraid is difficult because we do not know to what extent the child has understood. And the 4-year-old, if it does like that, you need to enjoy as a mother, is what I feel.
Just add here, if you read the last case, as usual, you are late. You could be saying, you could be using the same words but gently. But when you say as usual, you're sending her a message that you've already told her that you are a lost place because you've already decided that you are. Yeah. But you still may be using the words gently and thinking that I speak so nicely to her. Whereas in the second case, it's a very neutral sort of a statement. It's not judgmental. You are saying
you also, all the things you also take.
Na pehli ki baat, na as usual, na kal ki baat. The old previous story doesn't exist. Tomorrow's story is not going to happen. It's as of now. It's just there is a very fine nuance in the wording. The tone could be the same for both.
Yes. So when the behavior of the other person is not acceptable, first we have to describe, and then we have to explain the causes on account of that misbehavior. As you had seen in these comparisons, you came late, as a result, I missed the next appointment. Description alone is not sufficient. For example, you tell a person, you are late day before yesterday, you are late yesterday, today also you are late. Yes, sir, I will come late tomorrow also. So, so therefore, we need to say what went wrong because of coming late. So when the behavior of a person is not acceptable, we have to criticize in an effective manner, which will cause least hurt and at the same time bring about a metanoia, a shift of mind in the other person. Effective criticism. When one desires a change in the behavior of the other, one has to criticize the other person effectively so that the other can see the behavior and understand the loss, suffering, or inconveniences that one is going through. In addition, if feelings are expressed, it will be respected. Expressing feelings is difficult, but they have an impact on others. So here, for a statement, 3 stages are given. Effective criticism statement. The first is describe the behavior. Then register your feelings. Then the impact, what was the impact of such a behavior? 3 examples are given. When someone does not arrive at the promised time, I get disappointed because I will not be able to attend to the next appointment. So when someone does not arrive at the promised time, that is a description. I get disappointed is expressing the feelings. And then the third is the tangible impact. I am not able to attend to my next appointment. The second one is when the books are not kept in the right places, I get disturbed because I will not get the right ones in their places and will have to spend a lot of time searching for them, especially when I have very little time to spare. When the books are not kept in the right places, that is a description of the behavior. I get disturbed, that is feelings. Then next is the tangible impact. I have to spend a lot of time searching for them. Third is a mother telling a child, if you do not come and eat the food, flies will sit on them and they may infect you with fever or stomach trouble and you will not be able to play tomorrow evening. See, instead of, it is a mother is calling a child to come and eat and the child is not coming and she continues to play. So instead of screaming at the child, when she says this, the child will be motivated to come and eat. What is that? If you don't come and eat, flies will sit on them and as a result you will have stomachache or fever and tomorrow you will not be able to play. So that will inspire the child to come and eat. Yes. Oh, sorry. Oh, this you could have told me. The centers, I was, I did not move the, I did not scroll the document that was appearing on the screen. So what I read out are the last 3 paragraphs. That is, first. So 3 examples are given. I hope at the sentence you heard me, though you could not read. I think you'll be able to read it now. Can you connect me to some center? In the meantime, I will give some examples from my life. This happened in 1985. After buying a Bajaj Chetak scooter, I went to office on the first day in the new scooter. Now, those days, buying a scooter was not easy like this. Bajaj Chetak scooter, those days you had to pay 500 rupees advance and wait for 7 years to get the allotment. Or you have to pay 7,000 rupees in foreign currency and you will get 6 months. So I mobilized foreign currency, 7,000 rupees advance I paid, and I received a postcard from the dealer saying that your vehicle is ready. Before such and such date, you come and collect it. But I was living in Chennai then, and I had gone to Delhi for some work. By the time I returned, the date had expired, and the dealer said you have to pay another 1,000 rupees more. Prices have gone up, and I took. So it was a way I'm telling all this is it was a very difficult thing to buy, and it was a very proud possession. On the first day I had gone to office in Batley Boy House, the ground floor was open for parking vehicles. See, those were the days when there was no terrorism. So for the entire building of 5-story building, there was only one watchman. And this open space, anybody could come and anybody could go out. There was no checking and all that. I parked the vehicle there and went to my office and worked. In the evening when I came, an 18-year-old boy was sitting on the scooter, which was on the stand, and he was playing with it as if it is a toy. He was rotating the gear, he was pressing the brake and releasing, he was turning the rear view mirror and all that. It was a shock to me. So I went near him, and the way I was standing, as she was telling very politely, he thought that I was not the owner of the scooter. So he continued to do all that. Then I asked him, rather jokingly in Tamil, have you finished the work? Shall I take delivery? I asked him. This I told him. And the moment I said this, he realized, and he immediately got down from the scooter and said, sorry, sir, I will not do like this hereafter. Please excuse me, and went away. And when I said, have you finished the work and shall I take delivery? By the time my colleagues also had come to pick up their vehicles. So all of them burst into laughter. There was a big laughter. But after the boy left, my colleagues got angry with me. They said, Sharma, there is no end to your madness. And he is sitting on your scooter and doing all this damage, and you are joking with him, and he is laughing, and all the people are laughing. What do you think? Tomorrow he will come and do the same thing to my vehicle. You are encouraging such people. Then I asked my colleague, what do you think I should have done? Had I been in your place, I would have slapped him or at least abused him, shouted some harsh words on him. Then I told him, suppose I had done like that, you know what would happen? Tomorrow also, I have to park the vehicle here itself. Tomorrow also, it is open to the door. Anybody can come and anybody can go. Today, at least he did it innocently, with a child's innocence. He's a young man, 18 years old. Now, if I slap him or abuse him, he will become my enemy. Tomorrow, purposely, he will bring his friends and do some damage purposely to my scooter and go. Now, what has happened is, he has become my friend. Tomorrow onwards, he will not do that. Even if his friends touch my scooter, he will tell them, don't do that. He is my sir. That is what he will tell me. See, that's a good joke. But anyway, for the action I am taking is with regard to that. Now, other scooter also, if it does like that, others also can do like this in this manner and protect their scooters. I have been conducting this program for a number of managers in a large multinational corporation. So one regional manager told me that of all the activities that you conducted, this has been the most useful one, this evaluation and description, because he was dealing with many vendors, contractors, and all those people who never complete the work on time, who never deliver things on time. And I used to shout at them, scream, and my BP used to go up. But after attending this, whenever somebody fails, I'm telling myself I should only describe, and very calmly finding the right words and describing. And the results are now different. I am not shouting, but many people see this positive change in my behavior, and they are actually delivering on time. Now, my words carry more weight than before. But only difficulty is I am not able to remember this all the time. My old habits die hard, Sometimes I shout. Then I tell myself, oh no, description, evaluation, and I do this. So what shall I do? I ask. I think what you are doing is the right thing. For a few days, you will be forgetting. But after some time, this will become your way of life. Dr. Robin Sharma, excuse me. I need your help. In that NRSA, there is one file called Dr. Robbins. Dr. Robin Sharma, who has written many good books. In one of the books, he says that there are 4 stages of development of a person or a professional.
PPT?
PPT in NRSA. Or here itself, it may be there. Dr. Robin Sharma. Okay. Now you go to that, not TET, the NRSA.
It's
correct.
at the bottom.
NR.
5th from the top. Yeah.
Yes, correct. Thank you. Your sharp eyes. See, the 4 stages of development of any person or any professional teacher, manager. And the lowest level is unconscious incompetence. That is, I know not and I know not that I know not. I don't know and I don't know that I don't know. For example, I have a junior colleague who is misbehaving, and every day I'm shouting at him. And when somebody tells me, why do you shout? Why don't you do it in a better way? I say, no, there is no other way. He is like that. Unless I shout, nothing can be done. That is, I am incompetent, and I am not aware that I am incompetent. I am thinking that what I am doing is right. Next is conscious incompetence. After reading some books or attending workshops like this, I realize that there is a better way of dealing with a person who is misbehaving. And this is not the right method. It has not yielded results. Here I am incompetent, but I am conscious that I am incompetent. The next level is conscious competence. That regional manager in that multinational corporation, what he told me is he is in this level of conscious competence. That is, he has to consciously direct himself. The other person has misbehaved. I should not shout. I should do the description. Consciously he is doing that. But there the risk is sometimes one may forget, habits die hard. But when the conscious competence you have stayed over a period of time, you will evolve into the ultimate stage, unconscious competence. We are evolving from doing into being. For example, my father was in the level of unconscious competence. The moment I told him that this is what the boy is calling me, it came to him naturally. He went with a handful of chocolates and gave him. Very effortlessly it came. So that is what I told the manager. If you continue to practice like this, you will evolve into unconscious competence. For that, I gave the analogy of driving. When I first started to learn to drive four-wheeler car, I still remember the man who was teaching me was sitting next to me with a parallel steering brake and all that. Somebody was crossing the road. He told me, sir, apply the brake. So thinking that I should apply the brake, he had already told me the middle one is the brake, the right one is the accelerator. I pressed the accelerator. Immediately he screamed and applied his parallel brake and stopped the car and said, sir, how many times I have told you the middle one is the brake and the right one is the accelerator? Okay. I looked at it and then again confirmed to myself. Then next time when somebody crossed the road, I properly pressed the middle brake. But there was so much of effort. I had to tell myself I am pressing the right one, look at it and do that. And then I have learned driving, and I started driving and going to office. I am driving. Somebody crosses the road. I don't tell myself that I have to apply the brake. My right leg automatically presses the brake. When there is no traffic, my right leg automatically presses the accelerator after pressing the clutch. So that is what unconscious competence is. I sit in the vehicle and then I reach the office. I don't tell myself anything. You get my point? So we have to evolve into that. We can evolve into unconscious competence by doing this conscious competence over a period of time. Anything you would like to add to this? Any center you can collect. We are out of touch with the centers. Huh? Yes. TTC. TTC Jodhpur, friends. I would request you to respond. Are you in agreement with this practice that I suggested? I'm not able to hear you. I can see you speaking, but I'm not able to hear.
Hello,
I can hear you now. Please speak. Yes.
We completely agree with your thoughts, sir.
Pardon me?
And secondly, what we have observed is that what you say is that there are two ways to say one thing. Like if you say you cannot do it, and the another way is that you can do it, but not this way. So this is what the competencies matter. This is what we have learned from your slides.
Very good.
There are two ways of saying.
Yes, please. Yes.
Yeah. I repeat, sir, what I was saying is that you can tell a student that you cannot do it. Clearly, you are saying this thing. And secondly, you can say you can do it, but not this way or with these changes. So you have to tell them clearly.
Yeah. And there also, instead of not this way, if we say, if you do in this way, these are the advantages, where there is no negative connotation. you are doing in this manner. If you do in this manner, it would be better. These are all the benefits of doing so. Yes. Any other center?
MIT Meerut.
MIT Meerut. MIT Meerut.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I seek your response to the exercise that we conducted now.
Sir.
None is there anything. Yes. MIT Meerut.
Sir.
Yes.
Yeah, please.
Hello, good afternoon, sir.
Yes, good afternoon.
Sir, I think as you know, we are discussing the different stages of development. Actually, as far as the competence is concerned,
it is broken.
As far as the things are concerned, so in that this is like since in my view might be hello.
I'm sorry, I think there is some problem in the audio. It was breaking.
So we can move to Government Polytechnic there.
Okay, so now we are moving to Women's Polytechnic.
Government
Polytechnic Dehradun.
Government Polytechnic Dehradun. Yes. Yes, please. So, friends in Government Polytechnic Dehradun, would you like to respond?
No thanks, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon. Yes.
I think they're okay. I think we should move on.
Yeah. So now we will move to the next activity. So it will not take much time. I request you to take a paper and pen and recollect an incident when you are hurt by somebody, either during your school days or college days. Hurt by someone by his or her behavior, or somebody abused you. Don't recollect an incident when somebody met with an accident or some near one passed away and all that. I'm talking about somebody conducted himself or herself with you very unfairly. It could be a teacher, it could be a parent or uncle or aunt or anybody. And even after so many years, you are remembering that. Try to recollect an incident that happened preferably as far back as possible, which you are still remembering. I request you to write it down. Writing is for the purpose of recollecting. Then I will ask you to say what you have written. So here also, I request you to do that. Try to recollect an incident which happened as far back as possible, maybe your school days, college days, when somebody hurt you by the behavior, either a teacher or a parent or any elderly person or anybody. Excuse me, you can connect me to some center.
Yes, sir.
Or like Sunil was saying, shall I ask which center would like to respond and then? Yeah.
So actually, the college of India.
People are going back by the bus actually.
So this can be connected to the bus also?
No.
Okay. In which center are the teachers still waiting and participating in the workshop? I am very grateful to them. Yeah. This here house full. This is TTT Jodhpur, congratulations and thank you for staying back when many centers people have left. I would request one of you to.
Sir, thank you so much. And we just could not make our way to outside because you are so mesmerizing and you are telling in a manner that we are just spot bound here.
Oh, thank you very much.
Spellbound.
Thank you. Thank you. You have made my day. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now I request either you or one of your colleagues to recollect an incident which happened long ago when you were in school or college, when a teacher or parent or a grandfather or somebody hurt you by his or her words, which you still remember, though so many years have passed by. If anyone has recollected, you may say that. I would request that person to speak. And if you are not able to recollect, don't feel bad, be happy. No such bad thing happened in your life. Yes. Yes, please.
Good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
Sir, one incident happened with me. Like when I was in school, I wanted to participate in a dance program, but my teacher refused to take me in the dance program because I'm physically handicapped. So this hurt me a lot. It happened with me in a school time when I was in class 8. When
you were in class 8, and even after so many years, you are still remembering that, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Suppose
I want to tell you one thing. I'm a very good dancer.
Oh, great! Congratulations! And I wish I will get an opportunity to see you perform.
Definitely, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Now, though so many years have passed and it happened when you were in class 8, you are still remembering it. And suppose I conduct a similar workshop after another 10 years and ask you this question, you may still recollect this and tell me. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Suppose I go to that teacher who made that statement to you which hurt you and tell her that this is what your student so-and-so told me. There is every likelihood that she may not even remember. Am I right? Yeah.
Yes.
So this is the irony. Yes, when we hurt other people, the others remember for a long time, particularly the youth, the children, the students, the school children or college students. The teachers say something and it hurts them badly. And even after they are grown up, even after they are 70 years old, 80 years old, they are remembering it. Whereas the teacher has forgotten because the teacher had hurt so many people like that. So it is very difficult to remember whom she had hurt. Now the question is, we as teachers, would we like our students to remember us in the manner in which you remember your particular teacher who hurt you when you were in class 8?
No, sir. Definitely not, sir.
So we have to be careful in speaking to children. Sometimes in the spurt of anger, we may say many things, but we are causing a deep damage. And it is really very sad, when we think that I had hurt somebody some 25, 30 years ago or 40 years ago, and that person is still remembering that. That is something nobody would like it to happen. Am I right? So therefore, we have to be careful that we don't hurt the students, because they may remember it even after they are grown up and have become old even. Yes. Thank you very much. Anyone else would like to? Sorry.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to share your experiences? Any incident that happened? If no such incident had happened, don't worry. That is good. Be happy. Only if it had happened, you share with us. Okay. Now, we will close the day with a positive thing. Now try to recollect an incident which happened long ago, as far back as possible, when somebody appreciated you and you felt very happy, which you are still remembering even after so many years. Yeah, I will give you a minute's time for you to recollect, and then you may respond. And with that, we will close today's program. Try to recollect an incident that happened as far back as possible when you were in school or college, when for something, somebody, either teacher or parent or some elderly person, appreciated you, and which had a great positive impact on you which motivated you to succeed in that field. Shall we go to some center or in the same center? Yes. Yes, please.
It's me again, sir.
Sure. Very happy to hear you again. Yes.
It happened with me also. Like when I performed very first time in school days only, in same class, in 8th class, on Teachers' Day. So my Hindi teacher hugged me tightly and congratulated me and said, "Ki, you danced very well." So I felt so happy and boosted up.
And I can see that in your facial expression, the happiness I can see. This also happened when you were in class 8 and you are still remembering that. And perhaps the way your PT teacher appreciated you, motivated you to develop your dancing skills and pursue it as a hobby. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So that is what, that is what hurt does, and that is what praise does. There is a famous Kural of Thiruvalluvar, the great Tamil saint who lived 2000 years ago. He says, when there are so many beautiful, good, kind words, not using them and employing harsh words is something like there is a ripe fruit kept in front of you. Instead of eating it, you are going and taking some fruit which is not ripe and which is bitter. It is as foolish as that. Ripe fruit is there, the one which is not ripe also is there. So an intelligent person takes the ripe fruit. Kaniripa kai kavarandettu. Yes, that is what. Thank you very much. I had a great time today interacting with all of you, and I look forward to seeing all of you at 11:30 a.m. tomorrow. But even then, you please be available at 10 a.m. My colleague Kamna will be conducting the session from 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. On human values. Yes, she is a very interesting speaker, and you will really enjoy the session. And I request all of you to be available at 10 a.m. itself. And 11:30, I'll be conducting an exercise which will be very useful for your life, for your entire life. It is about setting your long-term life goals. So I request all of you to bring a notebook with you, and I request you to preserve that notebook lifelong. Maybe some 40 pages or 80 pages notebook is sufficient, or at least some scribbling pad or a few sheets of paper. Thank you very much. Have a very pleasant evening.